I think the text which results from the work of the rapporteur, thank you, Madam, strikes the excellent balance, which succeeds in reconciling the rights of holders of essential patents and the users, once again to the benefit of competition and innovation. Finally, if I may, I'd like to comment briefly on the reform of unitary supplementary certificates, SPCs. This is a major step forward, in particular the setting up of a unitary SPC, which will be particularly useful, paralleling the unitary patent which came into force last year. So for the time being, several different national requests have to be made. This leads to fragmentation, excessive red tape and high costs for those requesting them. This is why we've called for a centralized examination system which will enable us both to issue unitary SCs, in particular for the 17 countries which participate in the standard patent system, as well as in other member states. Thanks to this new centralized procedure, protection via SCPs will be more effective, less cheap, less expensive, and legal certainty will be enhanced. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to the hard work of your rapporteur, who I'd like to thank once again, I think that the European Parliament is now ready to initiate interinstitutional talks on these two very important texts, which are essential for competitiveness and innovation in Europe, and to provide transparency and legal certainty for European businesses. I'm confident that we can reach a satisfactory agreement via the constructive exchanges which I think we can expect between the co-legislators. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Commissaire.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And now, Dita Harantsova for the Internal Market and Consumer Protection.
Testimonials from many stakeholders, from industry titans to SMEs to public utilities that are just trying to navigate the complexities of smart grid implementation, underscore the urgent need for reform of the SEPS landscape. The current system just generates long legal battles and restricts innovation. Our industries suffer from prolonged conflicts over patent values, which hinder progress and investment. The proposed measures offer tangible solutions to these dilemmas. Initiatives such as creating a SEP registry or essentiality checks promise to improve transparency and speed up licensing procedures. The jury report, supported in our IMCO opinion, therefore embodies a balanced solution. It champions legal clarity, transparency, and fair licensing practices. Europe and European law must move forward to foster the economic growth we need. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Next speaker is colleague Sasalejos.
Señor Comisario.
Commissioner, on behalf of the EPP, we have supported this package of measures proposed by the Commission for the SPCs. These new measures aim to reduce the times of the different procedures, to reduce costs, so they are beneficial for those sectors involved. They help to promote and encourage innovation. There are a couple of aspects which are particularly important for the EPP. In order to achieve what the Commission is proposing to reduce administrative burden and the costs and to improve legal certainty, there are two issues put forward by the EPP, which at the moment don't have sufficient support, but I hope we will achieve that in the vote tomorrow. So there is the new appeal procedure put forward by the Commission. We do not think this is necessary. There are already sufficient guarantees for interested third parties to be able to intervene along the different phases of the procedure. And the proposal that we already know when it comes to working with the Unified Patent Court, we want to avoid delays and unnecessary costs by reviewing this decision by the EU IPO as well. With these two different measures that we will propose via amendments, we would like to help create flexibility in these proposals, avoid duplications, and we think the rights of the third parties are fully guaranteed because there are different participatory instruments. Our position is overall favourable, and we hope that we can improve this through the vote tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Next speaker is colleague García del Blanco.
Estamos ante un paquete que es
We are looking at an absolutely necessary package. It's a cornerstone of driving innovation forward in Europe by creating fairer conditions and to have a more open market. And above all, I'd like to salute the work of the various rapporteurs trying to strike such a necessary balance in such vital provisions. Just a few brief thoughts about patents and the SEP. This is a proposal whose scope is clearly to repair regulatory fragmentation and facilitate access to justice on a fair and non-discriminatory basis to make it more efficient for patent holders in proceedings, to make things fairer and to facilitate access to vital technologies that allow our businesses to compete globally on a level playing field, and also to put in place protection against excessive license fees to facilitate a green and digital transition in Europe. All this is very positive, and we want to support innovation in Europe. This means ensuring fair licensing conditions and competitive transparency for all businesses, and that's the aim of the proposal we put to the vote yesterday. My group calls for a vote in favour of this proposal. Thank you.
Next speaker is colleague Vázquez Lazada.
Commissioner Breton, dear colleagues, we address a pivotal issue for the future of the European essential patents, which highlights the ever-relevant concept of European strategic autonomy. We need, indeed, to update our tools and systems to both safeguard and empower the European innovators. However, there is a palpable concern that this report, despite its noble aims, falls short on addressing many of our existing problems. This regulation has cruised through the Parliament surprisingly fast, overlooking certain key aspects that we want to amend. On one front, we have tried to raise awareness on the geopolitical risk. Promoting the entrance of third countries into the core of the patent systems will affect our innovation. Also, I believe that we should not overload our European agencies with new tasks without giving them the resources and knowledge needed. It just doesn't make sense and could actually kill the overall purpose of the file. Adding up bureaucratic layers will not help our companies. Ultimately, our stand is just as cautious as the approach observed among numerous member states within the Council, as several member states have raised more than 200 questions casting doubts on this regulation. Let us then transform these uncertainties into proven effective solutions. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege. Als nächstes bekommt das Wort die Kollegin Tilly Metz.
Next, Tilly Metz has the floor.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, in Europe, users of the healthcare system are finding it harder and harder to get their hands on medication because we are faced with ever greater problems regarding the patent system. We're currently working on the most important revision of the European Pharmaceuticals Regulation for 20 years, so as to improve patient access to affordable medicine. Abusive practice due to unjustified extensions of patents are frequent on the market. Patents and intellectual property rules were designed to promote innovation for uncovered needs in the medical sector. However, it's now clear that what was promised hasn't been delivered. We've been told that maintaining the current system of patents and additional protection would enable industry's investment in R&D to be recovered. In reality, we have no idea how much money the industry spends on developing new medication. We continue to blindly extend monopolies while at the same time paying through the nose for medication with no idea of how much money is being spent on R&D and how much money comes from the authorities. What is clear is that in the overwhelming number of cases, the cost of medication is still 4 times higher than it should be after authorization. The result is that the more industries have monopolies on vital medication, the longer we will expect to be paid through the nose for this medication. All of this because of a lack of competition from generics. These billions of euros could be better invested in a public research infrastructure, together with public development, which would better target the needs of patients. Thank you.
Als nächstes bekommt das Wort der Kollege.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zlotowski has the floor next.
Geehrter Herr Präsident, Monsieur le Commissaire, europejskie innowacje.
European innovations need the right conditions, the right legal and regulatory environment, which would make it easier for SMEs to come up with innovative projects in the field of IoT, for instance. Easy access to standard essential patents is one of the prerequisites if you want to participate in the digital transformation. This is very important for Polish businesses. Let us look at the current rules governing the access to SPCs. Those rules are not transparent. The owners of patents often mount obstacles, and court proceedings turn out to be necessary. Many SMEs do not have time or money at their disposal to get involved in court proceedings. This regulation will eliminate many barriers and uncertainties. However, it does not mean that we want to undermine the intellectual property system. We want to strike the right balance between the interests of all stakeholders. This report by Ms. Walsman should be supported. It's a good compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Next speaker is colleague Le Breton.
Chers collègues, les brevets.
Dear colleagues, these standard essential patents are intellectual property rights that protect Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, 5G technologies that are considered essential for making a product that is in conformity with a particular standard. The holders then provide licenses to those using this standard based on the financial conditions they put in place. Now, abuses have been registered, particularly from the Chinese company Huawei. The reference ruling by the Court of Justice in July 2015, in fact, refers to Huawei. So it was important to act here to protect companies using these SEPs. It protects French companies such as Renault, amongst others. So that helps to consider the report authored by Mrs. Walsman should help to considerably improve this. We have the EU IPO, but we haven't really seen its full effectiveness yet. They will keep a register of the patents to ensure that they are truly essential and weed out the non-essential ones. And we'll make sure that the procedure with the SCPs is more transparent. SMEs will have free advisory services, for example. There will be a better litigation procedure through the use of experts, so the holders of the SCPs and the users can use this conciliation procedure. To conclude, I think thanks to these efforts made to improve the market, the use of the SEPs will be done under a fairer remuneration system than previously. Thank you.
Nächstes bekommt das Wort der Kollege Morel.
Mr. Morel is next. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers collègues.
Thank you, Chairman, colleagues. This debate on patents is vital, and we see how Europe is being left behind here. In 2000, Europe trumpeted Lisbon to announce in the 10 years to come it would, I quote, become the most competitive and dynamic knowledge-based economy in the world. Nearly 25 years against that, after that fanfare promise, we've seen that our ambitions have broken down at our collective inability, and there's been a laissez-faire approach, not wishing to guide the economy or have a genuine industrial policy. Europe is on the cutting edge was on the cutting edge with 2G and 3G in telecoms, but increasingly has been left behind by the Americans and Chinese. We missed the revolution of 5G and 6G, but also USB plugs, Wi-Fi and other standards. Now European businesses only hold 15% of the essential patents, down 7 points over 7 years, and the proportion of Chinese companies has doubled to reach 30% in 2022. We're not just being left behind technologically, but also economically, and that's because of the short-sighted policies which sacrifice research endeavour, especially blue sky research, which doesn't allow for immediate technological application, and that was done at the altar of austerity and structural reforms, which is why I'm worried when I hear once again the same leaders proposing the same policies. We therefore have no choice now but to legislate to mitigate the effects of those successive abandonments. Now, in terms of patent houses buying up all possible patents to impose exorbitant royalties on their users, that's something that our SMEs are really labouring under. Making patents available at fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory prices would strike a balance. I think that's not bad. The other useful part of the text is a register checking the essential nature of a patent or not, because we see increasing numbers of holders who aggravate by regarding all patents as essential to maximise profits. Lastly, I note that the conciliation procedure to achieve a fair price have been improved. Obviously, I would prefer the Commission opinion to be binding, but thank you anyway. I had other points, but this is a topic which is worth it. Thank you.
Kollege, wir holen jetzt die Wortmeldung der Kollegin.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Hübner is next.
President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, I speak on CEP as rapporteur of the opinion for the International Trade Committee. We have thoroughly examined the proposed regulation, focusing on global competition and the Union's geopolitical, economic, trade and security-related interests. In INTA's view, the regulation is not well balanced with respect to the role of patent owners and implementers. It also risks violating EU obligations under the WTO and affecting our strategic partnerships. The new measures may reduce innovation incentives and European companies' revenues, opening up the space for state-sponsored Chinese firms to thrive, especially in military equipment. We need to take more time to find a better balance for the text. We should maintain the positive elements, such as the front determination, the transparency register and the competence center, but they should be accompanied by rebalancing measures that are not in the proposed text, such as, for example, removal of the aggregate royalty provisions, the introduction of a dedicated stakeholder group, and of more credible timeline for implementation. I believe that the CEP regulation deserves further scrutiny and a proper impact assessment, consulting European patent authorities and striving for a better balance of measures to safeguard Europe's global innovation and standard-setting role. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Dieses hat das Wort der Kollege Kolakusic.
Mr. Kolakusic has the floor next.
Patenti I zaštita autorskih prava doveli su do razvoja čovječanstva.
Thank you, President. The concept of intellectual property and patents has helped create the world we live in today. However, patents in the field of food production, pharmaceuticals or medicinal products must be subject to a 5-year limitation. 5 years is more than enough to ensure that corporations are able to recoup their investment costs. 5 years is enough. It really is time to ensure that good quality food and good quality drugs be available to everybody. When it comes to pharmaceuticals production or food production, patents should, as I said, be limited to 5 years. After that cut-off point, those medicines or food products should become a common good.
Commissioner, licensing practices and standardised technologies have a significant impact on European industries and businesses. From Wi-Fi and other wireless communications, these technologies are integral to our modern economic fabric. In principle, I support enhancing transparency, negotiation pathways in standard essential patent processes and the Walsman report. Recognising the importance of rationalising regulatory processes, fostering transparency and balancing the intellectual property ecosystem is an opportunity to facilitate innovation, growth and investment. However, as we embrace these opportunities, it is paramount to ensure that the European Union retains its competitiveness on the global stage. This is of particular importance to Ireland as a known location for innovation and enterprise. Smaller companies, crucial for driving innovation, often find themselves at a disadvantage due to a lack of knowledge and legal representation when it comes to essential patents. I believe this SEP regulation will help level the playing field, providing more predictability, transparency and legal certainty, particularly for SMEs. The existing system can bring European businesses into lengthy litigations, using the threat of market exclusion to enforce unfair licence terms. This ultimately causes consumers to bear higher product prices. When it comes down to it, EU competitiveness is of vital importance and should be a key factor when striking the balance between patent holders and users.
Thank you, colleague. Next speaker is our colleague Leitão Marques.
Senhor Presidente, Senhor Comissário, os ativos incorpóreos, como as marcas, os...
President, Commissioner, everything related to patents, intellectual property, everything of this ilk is extremely important when it comes to the knowledge economy. The intensive use of intellectual property is very much related to about half of the exports of the EU. And we have the most important patents, which are essential patents. They protect technologies which have been declared essential. For example, technologies like 5G, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. If we look at the current market for patents, this is characterized by a lack of predictability, as well as litigations and disputes, which means it's harder to develop innovative products based on these types of patents. Unfortunately, self-regulation hasn't been sufficient up to now to eliminate these types of problems. That is why Parliament in this regulation is putting forward the position to have a register of those who hold SEPs to see those that are really essential for a given standard. What would the fair remuneration be for the use of the patent, as well as giving some assistance to the negotiations between companies. We want to ensure that the end users, the SMEs, the consumers can benefit from products which are based on the most recent technologies and at fair and reasonable prices. We hope that in this way, and I imagine the Commission agrees, we can help accelerate innovation and ensure that the holders and users of SEPs can be more competitive on global markets. Thank you very much.
Frau Kollegin, als nächstes hat das Wort.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Botos.
Vielen Dank, Herr Vorsitzender, stimate domnule comisar.
Thank you, President. Commissioner Breton, ladies and gentlemen. Modern technology is part of our lives every day with very many applications. We use it regularly. At the base of this technology, of course, lie essential patents, and it's expectable that they would have to be paid for. so that those making the technology available benefit from their work. Now, with the right to use that technology, we'd expect to pay for the essential part and not for additional applications that we might do without. So we need a clear model and, above all, a transparent one for patents without infringing any intellectual property rights. We cannot have a disproportion between the patent holders now, who aren't obliged to be transparent, and those wishing to protect their innovations, whether they're SMEs or anything else. Now, economically, we must respect the rights of creators, but at the same time have transparency and correct labeling. Thank you very much.
Der Kollege als nächstes bekommt das Wort, der Kollege Reinhard Bütikofer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bütikofer is next.
Vice President, Commissioner, colleagues, indeed, it is important to create a new regulation in order to overcome the lack of transparency and to stop the long legal battles that we've seen in the past. However, the two co-rapporteurs have presented their proposals as if they were just simple, clear, evident and balanced. I'm not convinced, and INTA has not been convinced. Within industry, within Commission, within the political groups in this House, there has been a broad debate about the right balance, and I think we should not try to hide that, and we should not, Mrs. Walzmann and Herr Wölken, attack the opposing arguments as just being threadbare. I agree with a lot that has been said by colleague Hübner. She's been speaking not just for her own person or for her own group in INTA, but for INTA. In particular, the aggregate royalty provisions are not convincing to us. And the question whether the new regulation should just apply to future patents is also not satisfactorily solved. We have concerns that the global competitive situation of our industries will be weakened to the advantage of third country competitors, and I think we should reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Next speaker on my list is colleague Stancanelli.
Mr. Stancanelli is next.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. The difference between standards and patents is essential for promoting innovation and growth. Patents promote innovation and enable innovative companies to get a good return on the capital invest. About 84% of authorized use of patents involve SMEs. For this reason, the simple threat of measures which could lead to suspension of products via legal proceedings has a negative impact. The SEP and patents would then be subject to long legal battles when it comes to recognizing rights. This is why we've adopted standards which enable us to improve the ground rules when it comes to prevention and conflict settlement. I'm convinced that the setting up of a register for SEPs and an electronic database votes on the essential character of SEP patents and a legal provision which will be limited to time limits would be a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege. Als nächstes hat das Wort die Kollegin Joron.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Joron is next. Thank you very much, President, colleagues, Commissioner. A number of you have met lobbyists in Strasbourg last month, Moderna amongst others, and you're probably going to meet other lobbyists this week. Pfizer has around 63 lobbyists that have access badges to the Parliament. MedTech Europe has also had 40 meetings with the Commission. So the von der Leyen Commission ends as it started, working with big pharma. there were a lot of contracts with these multinational companies for vaccines that ended up being binned. Now they're changing legislation to favour big pharma. We're talking about these additional patents today, but we have to be clear. This is just a band-aid when it comes to covering the problem. We see most of the business has gone to India, to China, producing generic medicines. And here we have shortfalls of medicines. So to create profits is easier to have tax evasion, to change the times of the studies not to have secondary effects. What's urgent now is that we take control of this sector. COVID has led to bad habits that are helping big pharma. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin. Als nächstes hat das Wort die
Thank you very much. Mrs. Pitterbackers has the floor next.
Monsieur le Commissaire, chers collègues,
Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, President, this new legislative package on essential patents is particularly important given how important this technology sector is for EU growth and for legal certainty being a key component of that. I'm not going to go back over the controversy of the EU IPO in patent management. I just think the Commission should be involved in following through on the work of the office. I can only salute the Commission's legislative activity on intellectual property. There's a demonstrable will to create a clear, harmonised set of rules to protect the economic interests of innovative businesses and international standards. And I hope they'll be active as well in ensuring intellectual property being respected by third parties when it comes to EU patents. And the EU's work will be beneficial to third countries, and there's no guarantee of reciprocity there. How often do we see this problem arise, but our capability not being enough to prevent it being circumvented? Of course, I'll vote for the text. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin. Als nächstes hat das Wort die Kollegin Virkkunen.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Virkkunen is next.
Mr. President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, for Europe to stay competitive, we need to do more to encourage innovation. This requires continued investments in research, development and innovation. And when talking about innovation, the importance of patents needs to be recognized. Therefore, it's important to maintain a balance between the interests of patent holders and the users of standards. Reducing patent protection will increase risks, as it will discourage European companies from participating in the development of global standards by undermining patent protection. I have to say that this proposed regulation can have a negative impact on Europe's competitiveness, especially in the development of 5G and 6G technologies, where standard essential patents play a crucial role. We know that 5G and 6G technologies are extremely important to the EU in developing its strategic autonomy and its global competitive edge in digital technologies. If Europe wants to keep its innovative edge, we need to have stable and meaningful intellectual property rights, such as patent rights. So I have to say that this proposed compromise, it does not take into account patent production and creates too much regulatory burden, especially to the standard essential patent holders.
Thank you, colleague. Next speaker is our colleague Kovasi.
Grazie Presidente, Commissario Breton.
Thank you, President. Commissioner Breton. Unitary supplementary certificates and essential patents are important legal instruments which underpin innovation. If you think back to Leonardo da Vinci, we can see that innovations are essential for society. This is why we need an efficient, transparent, rapid patent system. Patents are designed to encourage the ideas of genius and it's important to ensure that those who come up with these ideas be recompensed for them. We currently have an opaque and fragmented legal framework for patents in Europe. The national and European systems are expensive and time-consuming. So after European patents, now it's important that we also have European supplementary certificates. An efficient, transparent system of the pharmaceutical system would also bring benefits for patients in terms of availability and prices of pharmaceuticals. As far as high-tech is concerned, we need essential patents in 5G or Wi-Fi where we have recognized standards. Patents should guarantee users that they have a fair and non-discriminatory environment. When it comes to innovation, we have to ensure we provide greater instruments to SMEs so as to support their explosion in the use of connected objects, which covers as many as 85% of patents now. The European Patent of Intellectual Property Organization has a database to provide information on it. All of us need innovation to improve our well-being and quality of life. Thank you.
Colleague, next speaker is our colleague Bart Grothuis.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Whenever governments call for us to have to pay a fair price for something, that you always have to be careful. Sometimes the cure is worse than the problem. For example, the government in the Netherlands has shut down the housing market. It's true to say that rent prices have shot up, but at the same time promoters have stopped building. And the same could happen when it comes to patents in Europe. If you're a patent holder, if you've invested your knowledge and innovation in a patent and earned your money, so for example, for 5G and 6G networks, people who set up those networks, they are harvesting the fruit of their work, companies such as Nokia, Ericsson, Philips. I would say we should avoid doing to those companies what we did to investors in the housing market in the Netherlands. We've heard about the red tape. We've heard about the way in which European champions can have their business models underlined. This might also be a present for Chinese businesses. In Thailand, we say, look after your own. So support our amendment tomorrow when it comes to for greater rationalization, and support us in our resistance against this proposed legislation. Thank you.
Speaker is our colleague François Thiollet.
Merci, bonjour à toutes et tous.
Good afternoon to everybody. When it comes to harmonizing these patents, it helps to bring more coherence to our health policy in Europe. We saw this during the COVID-19 pandemic. When it comes to access to vaccines, by the way, Mrs. von der Leyen, we're still waiting for your text messages on this subject. Having an EU health union is extremely important. We need to have an alliance around medications so that whatever country you're in or whatever situation you're in, you have easy access and as cheap as possible access to medications. We have a lot of people at the moment who do not have access to cheap medications, or simply there isn't sufficient supply. We don't want to see the interest of the most powerful defended increasing patents from 9 to 13 years. What we really want is to see a reduction in patents so there's more easy access to medicines. You can choose whether you're on the side of big business or citizens, and that really depends on the lobbyists you're speaking to. We need to have a fairer, more transparent system where the priority is healthcare of all rather than profits. Thank you.
Ich sehe den Kollegen Manders noch nicht.
Thank you very much. I don't see Mr. Manders, so Mrs. Kuppula-Natri is next.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner, dear colleagues. I think this is a crucial file. It's not technical even, it seems like that, because I'm not very happy what has been the outcome of this file, because I think it really endangers the future of Europe's position as a telecom pioneer. I didn't hear a word mentioned here on the strategic autonomy. I didn't hear the word mentioning the critical infrastructure. On these days, we cannot forget critical infrastructure, as telco sector is very vital for us to see forward. So I think this is not a balanced version when we talk about the holders and license providers. So I think hurrying here can do damage for European Union innovative R&D. And also I think this for example, the explanation on the retroactivity. How can you say that, please invest in Europe, but we are doing the retroactive legislation, and we are overlooking that this would even change the existing patent agreements? So for me, it was very good that the chair of the Juri committee has amended this one to find it more balanced, and I really thought that it is not a party political question, that we will find a balanced outcome and look at these previously mentioned big, vital questions for Europe. I think Europe, who was the champion in 2G, 3G, 4G, is doing it in 5G. We cannot forget that and find something more balanced for 6G and Europe to be champion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleague. Next speaker is our colleague Andrej Kovarik.
Děkuji, pane předsedající, vážený pane komisaři. V posledních letech dostává evropský průmysl celkem zabrat.
Thank you. Our industry is suffering a great deal. European businesses are labouring under growing bureaucracy. No one's helping them out with electricity. There's unfair competition with third countries. Let's try and put this right. We are discussing a project which is meant to improve the use of patents and licenses that are vital for technological development. We have a lot of legal litigation and licensing issues, but licenses are used in the case of an increasing range of technologies with car manufacturing and AI. There must be accessibility to all, big and small, including SMEs. We need to clarify licensing. Non-discriminating fair licenses must be available to allow global competition. And that will enable European businesses to gain licenses for technologies without running into too much.
Thank you. Colleague Kelleher now.
This proposed regulation on standard essential patents has become fairly controversial and divisive over the last few weeks. Let's strip it back to what the objectives of such a proposal should be. One, establishing a framework that will ultimately benefit the consumer, either by lowering the cost of these technologies, increasing the availability of the technologies, or simply improving the technologies. And two, fostering innovation. And we have to ask ourselves, in the area of fostering innovation with regard to the EU, there are severe regulatory obstacles and EU bureaucracy, and we cannot allow this to become the international or public perception of the European Union. We need to be known as a place where innovation can thrive and deliver on these commitments. It is against this backdrop that we need to assess the CEP proposal. Does it strike the right balance between consumer interests and industry interests? Will it foster innovation? Will it ease the process of establishing a patent or licensing a patent? I would encourage my colleagues not to get entrenched in the position of one company or another, but to take a step back and assess the proposal on the basis of what is in the best interest of the EU market.
Thank you very much. A teraz by som poprosil kolegu Kauch.
Now my colleague Kauch.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, meine Damen
President, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking today about standard essential patents for products without which innovation would no longer be possible, particularly in the area of 5G. As a Liberal, I'm in support of protecting intellectual property. At the same time, however, we have to ensure that we don't have excessive power, for example, with tech companies. That should be limited. And we have to ensure that applies for innovation across the board in the economy. Therefore, we need a fair, non-discriminatory balance between the interests of the different players. So yes, we're in favour of protecting the interests of patent holders. We're also in favour of greater market transparency when it comes to essential patents. This is why we specifically welcome the Commission proposal, which was drafted on the basis of a request from this House. What's important now is that we ensure, during the trilogue, that we can further enhance the legal certainty of this proposal. There's still a certain degree of flexibility when it comes to registration for holders, and we have to ensure that users be treated properly when it comes to the granting of licenses. We also need to ensure that we can find a practical solution which involves as little red tape as possible.
Poprosím kolegu Grošela, nech sa páči.
Colleague Groschel now.
Poštovani, če resno mislimo s tehnološko-razvojnim prebojem v okviru zelenega dogovora in če želimo biti med prvaki.
Thank you. It is important that we can champion green technologies, so we need a system which is harmonized when it comes to intellectual property. This should be based on a system of unitary patents. We need to support these essential patents. That is important for Europe. I think it's also important for the US and Asia. Even if all of this seems very obvious, we are facing a situation that shows us the EU really needs this unified system of patents that will ensure that SMEs also have access. I think this is the future of the EU. Otherwise, the EU will not be able to be competitive, and we can't.
And now, colleague Bilbao Barandica.
Gracias, presidente, comisario.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Protecting intellectual property is key to incentivize innovation and the associated investment. In the case of essential patents, there are the need for a balanced position, both for holders and applicants. It's not just about the competitiveness of patent holders, but also driving businesses in the Internet of Things of the future. We need transparency in this market, and we need to agree on objectives for these standard essential patents and what are fair and reasonable non-discriminatory conditions for them. Therefore, the digital register of this patents is in place with a database that allows the use of licenses by those entitled to do so. And there is also the need for a transparent system of charges. Those interested in patents should be protected by the EU IPO. This is the best way of ensuring that we avoid long, expensive legal proceedings which are detrimental to SMEs above all.
Let's now move to Catch the Eye. First, colleague Grappini.
Domnule președinte,
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, certainly the regulation makes sense. We need to look at how we can protect intellectual property rights. My problem as a businesswoman in SMEs in the internal market is that I think the regulation will have harmful effects on SMEs with additional administrative costs. There isn't enough transparency, and Commissioner, I believe that this point of view was sent into you. I think there were 200 plus questions put to you by neutral experts. There's a concern about the impact on the final beneficiary or final user. We want the EU to be a leader in innovation and technology in the global market, and that's why I think it would be smarter to withdraw the proposal. The effects in the future will be hard to counteract if it goes out in the current shape. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, my colleague Pekkarinen.
Arvoisa puhemies,
Mr. Chair, the SEP patents are not whatever patents. They protect the technology that is important from the point of view of standards. In Europe, we don't have many companies that can do that altogether. Companies that can fight other companies elsewhere in the world are very few. Within the 50 best ones, there are few, only few, Ericsson, Nokia, etc. We have a few of them, but if this Commission's proposal gets adopted, it means that these European companies, which are still big ones and leading stars in the 5G and 6G, will have a worsened position due to this legislation in sectors in which Europe can still compete with Chinese in that sector. On the basis of this, we are trying to give grounds to the idea that the automobilistic sector would have better situation.
Thank you. Next.
This proposal is a bad one.
Thank you. Next, colleague Talabella.
L'accès aux médicaments est...
Access to pharmaceuticals is essential for public health, but is also closely linked to equality and social justice. There are two major obstacles to the fair distribution of essential medication: availability of medication and their accessibility. Medicines are often the result of lengthy and expensive research. On average, it takes 12 years to obtain authorization for placing on the market for a given medication. Moreover, each member state has its own procedures, which leads to inconsistency and inefficiency, which isn't acceptable. A Europe-wide proposal will enable us to improve the availability of innovative medicines and make them more affordable, which would have a major impact on the health of the people of Europe. So I very much welcome these legislative breakthroughs, which will enable the people of Europe to access more easily and more cheaply the medicines they need.
Thank you very much. This wraps up the Catch the Eye part of the debate. And now, on behalf of the Commission, Commissioner Breton.
Voilà, Mesdames et Messieurs les députés, votre engagement.
Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to patents, the standard essential patents and the supplementary protection certificates, this is very important. I've said this before in the Hemicycle. With regards to the reform of the supplementary protection certificates, I'm pleased to see the proposals from Parliament, though there may be some possible divergences that we will have to discuss in trilogue. I see an important step forward here to a more transparent system, a less expensive system that offers greater legal certainty. When it comes to the standard essential patents, the Jury Committee has made a strong proposal towards a fairer, more transparent system that promotes innovation before and after the proceedings. Innovation doesn't just come from the holders of these patents, but the very numerous users of these patents. Having legal uncertainty is bad for the economy. It leads to less innovation and makes us less competitive within Europe, but also at a global level. Let me respond in a bit more detail to some of the points that some of you mentioned. Let me just say that the Commission's proposal is based on numerous consultations and a strong impact assessment. It is within our TRIPS agreement too. Some of you called into question the impact on our competitiveness, our technological sovereignty, and our role as a global standard setter. This proposal, I think, on the contrary, will stimulate our ability to innovate, to develop our products in Europe, while still having fair remuneration through our licenses. This new framework creates clear advantages for companies operating in Europe. It offers more predictability. For example, when it comes to evaluating the costs with regards to the licenses, and it will mean fairer access to technology for companies when they innovate. I would also like to highlight, when it comes to the standard essential patents, that there is no difference made in this proposal between companies in the EU and those from third countries. If you want to have a license for this kind of patent in the EU, you have to follow the EU rules. The rules set by the patent holders in the EU. When it comes to the rules for EU IPO, this agency is very experienced when it comes to managing similar procedures. They have expertise that have been developed working with national patents offices as well. The recommendations from experts and the essential character will be decided together with national experts as well. This agency has no problem in managing these types of procedures and will be led by experts for making these decisions. When it comes to 5G and 6G, that a number of people mentioned, and on the issue of standards, we support European companies. We want them to continue to be standard setters. We don't want to see standards put in place by non-European companies. We are investing European money, looking at 6G standards as well. There is nothing in this proposal that would endanger the position of European companies when it comes to these standards. I don't know how you could be against transparency. Our industrial policy is based on this. So let me thank you for the debate that we have had today. I think this sets up the situation well for the trilogue, looking at these three aspects of the patents. And I hope there will be an agreement voted in the March session of the plenary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. And now, Mr. Rapporteur, Mr. Wilken.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner, thank you for your explanations. I just wanted to say something on SPCs followed by SEPs. On the SPCs, even today, it's possible for pharma businesses to get to these SPCs. We are, however, regulating across Europe a uniform SPC to avoid fragmentation of the market. And that also helps manufacturers of generic pharmaceuticals because it enables them to plan better. Patent protection is already independent of the origin of the business. Whether they're innovators inside or outside Europe, they can benefit. And in the Legal Affairs Committee, we have drafted a very balanced report, and I look forward to your support tomorrow. However, as a shadow rapporteur, I wanted to return to SEPs again, because I'm sure you've heard how impassioned this is. In the jury committee, we went for a very balanced version. On the one hand, there was the IMCO report, and the other hand, the INTER report, which couldn't be more different, and I think we've drawn the threads together very well in jury. The jury text, moreover, is compatible with the WTO specifications and TRIPS, and explicitly rules are allowed if there's market failure, and we do have a market failure, Commissioner Breton, which you've just explained very clearly once again. The lack of transparency is a problem. The amendment from the INTER conversely, throws it wide open. State businesses from other jurisdictions would hold sway, in particular from China. And I do have to ask the question, where is the strategic autonomy if Huawei and Qualcomm dictate the conditions to us about how we have to license that technology? That's not strategic autonomy, that's pure dependency. And in existing license agreements, we will not meddle. Any statement to the contrary is wrong. That's why I would fully support Mrs. Valsman's draft report, and I offer my thanks for the great cooperation and look forward to getting it agreed tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Mrs. Valsman, the rapporteur.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, zuallererst, bevor ich es
Ladies and gentlemen, before I forget to say it, I'd like to thank the shadow rapporteurs for the excellent cooperation we enjoyed on this report, which was both technical and difficult. I think it's fair to say we achieved a good compromise. which will enable us to ensure that SCP licensing will be more efficient in the EU in future. During the hearing, the proposal wasn't criticised by DG Trade. The TRIPS agreement is also compatible with these proposals. We also heard that in the hearing. And as far as the existing treaties are concerned, no changes are necessary. And anybody who says that is not saying the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, for the time being, third countries continue to benefit from the fact that we don't have EU-wide rules in this area. And EU judicial standards are often used because these processes are very long. Innovation has to be focused on the needs of users of SCPs who produce goods using these technological standards. If they didn't produce these goods, there'd be no impetus to create new durations of standards there and to apply for new patents. This is why we're not actually weakening patent protection. On the contrary, we're strengthening it. Ladies and gentlemen, Nokia and Ericsson spoke out for such rules in the days when they still produced handsets. Unfortunately, those European companies are no longer leaders in the mobile phone sector. This is why it's important we step up our efforts to ensure that we can make these changes so as to create impotence for the next round of change. Our proposals will enable us to remove inefficiencies and reduce the costs of license, and it will also enable us to accelerate license negotiations and to reduce expensive and time-consuming legal disputes. I couldn't care less which authority is responsible for these new duties, as long as the Commission is held accountable and the implementation process isn't excessively long. Ladies and gentlemen, don't allow other countries and companies decide what happens with our European patent system. Let us decide that ourselves. We have to ensure that we have a healthy and competitive market. For SMB holders, this will guarantee sustainable income and growth, and the users of the licenses will be given greater legal and financial predictability, which is good for their business. This is why I'm in favour of a more transparent and fairer system. One final word. At times of great need, sometimes it's a bit of a mistake to go for a soft compromise. Let's be courageous and radical.
Thank you very much. This wraps up the debate. The vote will take place tomorrow. The next item on the agenda is the report by Mr. De Castro, Geographical Indications for Wine, Spirit Drinks and Agricultural Products. As first, the floor goes to Rapporteur Mr. De Castro.
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, although the present parliamentary term may sometimes have given the impression of an EU removed from farming and rural reality, the new regulation on geographic indications gives us a tangible example of how Europe, when impelled by the necessary political will, is capable of supporting our farmers and agri-food producers towards ever more resilient production systems. 30 years of investment in and reform of our agricultural policies have in fact brought about a genuine quality policy which has been decisive in making our agri-food sector beyond compare globally for the quality of its food and the sustainability of its production methods, not least thanks to a single protection, management and promotion model for very many products which are synonymous with excellence and their unique nature and their links to the regions. The negotiations in recent months, thanks to the strong negotiating mandate of this Parliament, have brought about some key novelties in this new regulation which will generate value without the investment of any public money. Starting from the basis provided by the Commission, for the first time we've created a single European text on quality production, which will guarantee better alignment across all sectors and safeguard the specific features of each section of those sectors. Nonetheless, some changes have been made necessary, not least the objectives of this reform, including the need to guarantee an appropriate recompense for quality producers and to help us reach better levels of development in rural areas. These are the columns on which, as a Parliament, we have founded the entire reform. Firstly, starting by the strengthening of consortiums, which are the driving force behind the IG system, with greater and better responsibility and fighting practices which undermine the promotion of these IGs. And also we've worked on IG tourism. Then we've got better international protection of our internet domains, and we've protected geographic indications of ingredients. We've put an end to the undue exploitation of our geographic indications with national or EU structures to protect their reputation. And then we've simplified administrative procedures with fixed timetables. And the Commission, therefore, has streamlined the registration and the amendment of rules on geographic indications. Then we've worked on sustainability and transparency to consumers with mandatory labelling of PDOs and PGIs in a way that explains the importance of those products in social, environmental and economic terms, and not least animal welfare. Colleagues, the reform that we are about to approve is the only legislative act in this parliamentary term that supports an increasingly competitive and sustainable agri-food sector, and that's why I'd like to thank and congratulate the shadow rapporteurs, the Spanish and Swedish presidencies in Council, the Commission, in particular DG Agri, and not least our Secretariat, without whose commitment we wouldn't have been able to achieve such an important result, not just in terms of content, but also in terms of the different positions of all the stakeholders that have been reflected, from producers to consumers of those products, which are envied right across the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
A teraz by som poprosil kolegu Vasquez Lazara.
And thank you very much. Now Mr. Vasquez Lazaro for the jury committee.
Thank you very much, Commissioner McGuinness. Colleagues, the geographical indications are a European success story, especially for producers and exports, because they give added value and they are a seal of quality for our products. And this is positive for a number of reasons, this proposal. I'd like to thank the rapporteur for the excellent work on this file. It improves EU protection at an international level, and it makes the registration system more flexible, and it eliminates red tape. We'll also set up an alert system, which is a key step in the step towards fighting counterfeiting and falsified information. In 2019, the EU signed an agreement, and this was about efficiently registering applications. The text that we are voting on now is a huge step forward, and hopefully the Commission will be able to transfer the powers to the EIPA in the next revision of this. Thank you.
Teraz poprosím za komisiu.
Thank you. Now we have Madam McGuinness. Madam Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vice President. Good afternoon, colleagues. And can I just pay a tribute to Paolo de Castro, whose I cannot catch, but there you are, for his work on this file, and indeed all of those who contributed to it. Given that we do have farmers' protests across Europe, I think this is a very good news story and sends a very strong signal, because our system of geographical indications helps to promote and protect the unique qualities of the food and drink that our farmers produce here in the European Union. And those are qualities of authenticity, of taste, heritage and diversity. It's also worth reflecting on why the Commission came forward with this proposal. We had three main goals in mind. Number one, to protect intellectual property rights in the European Union so that our farmers and producers are fairly rewarded for their efforts. Number two, to increase the uptake of GIs across the EU, because there are large differences today between member states. And if we address this imbalance, we can help rural and regional economies across the EU. And third, we want to harmonise and simplify the legal framework, a process started by the CMO reform. So at the end of October, we welcome the political agreement on this new legislation. I believe the agreement reached is a balanced compromise, which takes into account the sensitivities of all involved. The new legislation will create a simpler GI framework by introducing a single registration procedure for agricultural products, wines and spirit drinks. This will help to make the process more attractive for producers and more straightforward for administrations, both inside and outside the EU. Producer groups are empowered, and we introduce the concept of recognised producer groups on a voluntary basis. I welcome these additions, which will help farmers to reinforce their position in the value chain. And again, this is important as we see our farmers raising concerns, not just in Brussels, but in all our member states. Equally, we are giving producers stronger tools to defend their interests, with rules on the use of a GI as an ingredient in a processed product, and by strengthening the protection of GIs in the online environment. This is very welcome. So I want to thank the Parliament for its support throughout the process. This work allowed us to find common ground and to meet the objectives we set. I look forward to your vote tomorrow and hope that you can endorse the final text. And that will allow us to put the law into practice in as little time as a month, and it will let our producers benefit from the new provisions as soon as possible. We will better protect the quality and diversity of our European agricultural sector for years to come because of your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Teraz by som poprosil.
Thank you. Now we have for the INTA committee, Mr. Lancini. The floor is yours.
Vengo dalla Franciacorta.
So, looking at the situation as it is, excellence, sustainability, quality, is much more than just a slogan. It's a way of life. It's not an issue of market, so we have to really focus on standards and quality. It is part of our cultural heritage, our gastronomical heritage, which is certified, it's authentic, it is something unique in the world. So it's very important to maintain this specificity that we have. We need knowledge, we need support, we need to create robust systems in our territories. For example, in my territory, Franciacorta, where many farmers are protesting right now, but it's very important to have GI in place to provide for our agriculture, also taking into consideration the industrial factor as well, defending our excellence, protecting from synthetic substances as well, providing quality for all. It's if we're not careful, of course, it will be like forbidding little children from eating some sort of little sweet. We have to make sure that it is really original. It is the real thing, in other words. And there's no time to lose. We have to protect our spirits, our wines, drinks, and agriculture.
Thank you.
Európskej ľudovej strany kresťanských demokratov. Nech sa páči.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, members of the House. At last, we have good news for the world of farming. That's what this reform is, this reform of the geographical indications. It's good news because GIs are a success for the EU, which shows that by promoting the certificate of origin as a measure of quality, we can support local production, which is essential to the regions. Since its inception, it's continued to develop on the continent, and it's won over both European and international consumers. Europeans are proud to consume products from regions of Europe. There are 700 GIs in France, 3,500 in Europe, and 65 billion euro in value for our citizens and our regional producers. These are export products that are promoted through these GIs. Many people would like to be able to create products of this nature, but the GI is a recognition of regional specificities and skills and know-how, and they can't just be copied. That's why in the Parliament we have fought for not having the EU IPO reviewing the specifications here, because GIs are not trademarks, they're different to trademarks, and that is why the European Commission must maintain the competence in this matter. On wine production now, we've tried to be coherent, consistent with wine growing within the CAP and the rules under geographical indications. That's essential so that we have consistent legislation. Lastly, this text means that our geographical indications will be better protected. This is very important if we want to maintain this value creation in our regions. So this text consolidates, clarifies, simplifies, and shows the value of the specificities of European production.
Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of SND, colleague Aguilera, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner McGuinness, it's a pleasure to see you here today. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to start by thanking my colleague Paulo de Castro and all of the shadow rapporteurs for the excellent work that's been done on this file. And as he said very rightly, it is good news for the farming sector. And so I'd like to thank him for all of the work that he's done. And this regulation will modernise the regulation on geographical indications. And in doing so, we should modernise the legal framework. We talk about protected designations of origin and protected geographical indications, and also traditional specialities guaranteed, which are very important for the sector, not just for producers, but also for the for industry, because we need to produce high-quality food that's recognised. This quality needs to be recognised within and outside the EU. And this needs to be a key aspect in all of the trade agreements negotiated by the European Union with third parties. So we need to have recognised quality within and outside the EU. The estimated value of these GIs is 8 billion euros, so 10% in Spain of this of the value. And it's also very important to take into account the social and regional aspects, not just financial aspects. This is why it's so important. I also think it's very positive that the EU IPO does not have the role that some people wanted it to have. And I think that DG Agri needs to continue managing this. And finally, I think this outcome is excellent. And I think that this needs to be continued to be managed by the DG Agri. So thank you very much. Congratulations to everybody. It's a huge success for the whole of the food chain. Thank you.
Gracias. A teraz poprosím.
Thank you. Now, on behalf of Renew Group, Madame Vedren, the floor is yours.
Alors que les chocs se
Thank you, President. Crisis after crisis, Brexit, COVID, financial crisis, climate change and storms have become the norm. Farmers are the victims of Putin and his attempts to destabilise European agriculture. We still have traditional quality products produced. Cider, cheese, what have you. And they're protected through the PDOs. And these designations are an opportunity for European agriculture. This is one of Europe's strengths. We were a pioneer in this way of protecting our exports. These products help us project European culture. It guarantees that our GIs enjoy guarantees abroad. GIs are the very essence of the regions they come from, the cultural identity that they come from, and the communities that produce them. We have to continue preserving this heritage with force and vigour. Thank you.
A teraz poprosím kolegyňu.
And now, colleague Grufa, on behalf of Greens European Free Alliance.
Thank you very much, President. Good afternoon, Commissioner, colleagues. Yesterday, 900 tractors and as many farmers protested in the European Quarter in Brussels. As you know, it was to criticise neoliberal policies imposed by the WTO on farmers is at the heart of these demonstrations. This extreme liberalism condemns our regions and it stops them from having food sovereignty. Our farmers facing unfair competition, and this means that it is difficult to combat counterfeit products which submerge regions, and it also makes it difficult for farmers to make a living. These GIs, well, there are 3,500 of them in the EU, and we can be very proud of them because they promote the shortest supply chain, which is of the highest value. The Greens would like to defend what it has brought to this file. 3 key factors. First of all, the framework for wine. After the trilogues, the criteria were kept in the CMO, and we were happy about this. Secondly, we had concerns about the role given to the EU IPO, and throughout the negotiations, we said that the most sensitive tasks, including examination, approval and opposition to GIs, needs to be done by the Commission, and we are satisfied with the result overall. But unfortunately, our final red line was about sustainability practice that the Commission wanted to include in GI specifications, and this was a bargaining chip for other aspects of the file. But there was no actual proper control system put in place at the end, and we are not happy about this aspect of greenwashing. It's a shame that the text does not have the innovative proposals that we wanted to include in it. There's another key aspect of the file which was very important for, this was very important for the Greens, and we'll be abstaining in the final vote, but I would like to thank Paulo de Castro and all of the other shadow rapporteurs for the excellent work throughout the negotiations. Thank you.
Merci. A teraz by som poprosil.
And now, on behalf of ECR, colleague Aguilar.
Tomorrow, in this Parliament, we're going to vote on an agreement reached with the Council of the European Union about new legislation which will bolster protection of GI. It will also look at the regularization of products of a particular area, protecting them from products from other areas. This is very important in order to protect to guarantee the authenticity of these products, protect farmers as well, and preserve GI as a concept overall. As shadow of this report, I can't but say that I'm satisfied with the progress made, because this agreement reflects the dedication of the European Union to protect patrimony, tradition in agriculture, protect these products on the international market as well. Paulo de Castro, the rapporteur, and all the other shadows, indeed, we've worked together to achieve in a concerted fashion this wonderful result. And I'd like to thank you all very, very much.
Thank you very much. And now I ask colleague Lizzie on behalf of ID Group.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, colleagues. Finally, we have a regulation on the revision of geographical indications, a very positive development during the course of this legislature, which was really the fruit of a concerted effort made by all parties, working together effectively. Now, the Commission hadn't properly constructed the various systems and norms to put all of this in place, but now we have it. We have protection of geographical indication products on markets for wine, for spirits. And I think indeed we have to thank all for all of the things that's been done. We can now protect ourselves against, for example, Prosec and other similar such products which mimic our products. So indeed, much has been done, and there's great respect for this new regulation in place. So indeed, in the future, we will be able to work together more effective. Finally, farmers are being embraced and protected. That is the result of the work which has been done over the last 5 years. It's very important to understand the value of the products that they produce, our farmers, in other words. It's never too late. And the time has come to really focus this particular struggle for the protection of these individuals and for the protection of their products. We're on the side of our farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now, colleague Rodriguez Palop, on behalf of the left.
Thank you very much, President. With GIs, our farmers can opt for quality products and consumers can have fairer prices for them. Now, this doesn't meet all of the requests from farmers, but to favour small-scale farming, this is a good thing. The reform that we're approving strengthens the role of producer groups. It also improves protection, and it also ensures that wine is covered under the framework of the CAP. We can create jobs in regional areas, and GIs are not just about intellectual property rights. It's not just about valuing the product, it's about how they are produced. Often this is done in a very traditional manner, and it's in rural areas. The survival of the countryside depends on how they are able to work. And in this reform, the sustainability criteria are not those from the farm to fork strategy, because there's rules about biodiversity and soil conservation. But this is about improving life for farmers. Hopefully we're able to do in the future what we have not been able to achieve so far. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker, on behalf of the non-attached MEPs, Madame Pirbakas.
Monsieur le Commissaire, chers collègues.
Commissioner, members, President, 2,000 products are covered, more than 2,000 by this GI, and that's a foundation stone for our agriculture. But agriculture goes beyond just intellectual property. There shouldn't be a straitjacket for them. It's also about making agriculture financially attractive, because these products protected by GAs are generally sold 1.5 to 2 times more expensive than non-labeled products. In our free trade agreements, our partners would try and get around these protections. IGPs and the French departments, which have some of the best GIs, this is a real strategic sector. So this draft regulation here is not really protecting the quality I want it to protect, but I want to see these GIs included in free trade negotiations, because that's not always the case. Thank you.
Ďakujem a teraz poprosím kolegu Buda.
Thank you very much. The floor goes to colleague Buda.
Mulțumesc, colegi. În primul rând, felicit toți actorii implicați în acest.
Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate all for this very, very important step, this new regulation, bringing together everything as concerns geographic indications. It's all very, very clear. It's not only the chain it is an indication of quality. And behind this quality is cultural tradition, cultural heritage rather, and tradition. These are something which we have to protect. Farmers are protesting right now. They need good responses as concerns the protection of geographical indications and to distinguish our products on the market from illegitimate products or products imitating them. It's very important to do this. Farmers can thus improve their position in the entire supply chain. They can strengthen it by that possibility of being able to provide high-quality products to the market. Geographical indications, the protection that's within that is extremely important to fight any sort of counterfeit products or not original products. It's something about credibility, creating credibility of the products that we have. It's protection of that credibility. But the work doesn't end here. We have to continue to struggle to make sure that there's greater awareness with regard to these products and their value, and that particular indication that exists, that label, that it inspires trust in consumers as well. For example, palinka, Italian prosciutto, these are products which will be secured by this system of geographical indication.
Thank you very much.
Sistema de indicaciones geográficas.
Thank you. This system of GIs represents 80 billion euros worth of value, and it ensures more added value for our producers. And it's important to highlight the importance of intellectual property and our ability to grow and to increase our productivity for the future. As this report says, it's important that GIs be strengthened, but also that it be extended to operations online. I'd like to thank the rapporteurs for this and also the Swedish and Spanish presidencies which were involved. And I'd also like to thank the EU IPO for their involvement because they have the know-how. They're able to bring added value. I therefore think that this is a good regulation. It's balanced and it's positive, and I'll be voting in favour of it tomorrow. Thank you.
Ďakujem a teraz poprosím kolegu.
Thank you very much. And now, colleague Flego, the floor is yours.
I have already spoken from this very rostrum about criteria that help us put counterfeit products in our stores. That's why olive oil is sold at 3 or 4 euros per liter, and the same goes for honey. And everybody knows you cannot produce olive oil at that price. Same goes for wine. We can talk about the Istrian Malvasia or Plavac Mali Croatian wines. That is why I would like you to understand that geographical indications are important but are not efficient in the protection of our products. That is why I insist on introducing premium indications so that our producers can live off their work and not protest. And yes, I would like you to raise awareness in ministries of agriculture in member states to stop pointing fingers and to introduce order in the market and sanction the counterfeiters.
Thank you, colleague Ripa.
Danke, Herr Vorsitzender.
Thank you very much, President, members of the House, Commission. The European Union is a pioneer in quality products. No one can keep up with us here, and no one can compete with the variety and quality of our regional products. And so it's quite right that the quality products that define our cultural heritage be protected. This geographical indication and the traditional know-how to create these characteristics of the problems should be protected. At a time when European farmers are competing with cheap products from third countries, their traditionally quality products need to be protected. What I welcome in the Commission proposal is that sustainability is included. So protecting our natural resources, our ecosystems, and better animal protection, animal welfare. And that should also apply for products from third countries. Unfortunately, there are no single standards for sustainability. There are no checks and there are no obligations. The criteria for sustainability can be defined by associations of producers themselves, which is plain old greenwashing and misleads consumers. Without clear provisions, our trading partners are not going to copy this measure. And that's a missed opportunity because we could protect and guarantee the quality of European products in this way and protect them against products coming from cheaper third countries.
A teraz poprosím kolegu Jurgiela.
Thank you very much. We have our colleague Jurgiel next. The floor is yours.
I support this report. A large number of products have GIs, and it shows that the quality, the food in Europe is of a high quality and shows the culinary heritage that we should protect from unfair competition and cheap copies. One of the problems the regulation deals with is the streamlining of the registration of new products. It's a good thing that the new regulation broadens the scope to cover protection of GIs in the internet. It gives member states the flexibility in order to work together with registered groups of producers. GI products are often unique local products, and it's difficult for them to compete with mass production. So it's necessary to protect farmers and the supply chain that they're part of. Following the intensive work on unfair trade practices, hopefully we'll follow this report, because even after the amendments of 2019, some sellers are still suffering on the market, as are other agricultural suppliers.
Teraz poprosím kolegu Le Bretona.
Thank you. Now we have Mr. Le Breton.
Chers collègues,
colleagues, the European system of GIs is a huge success. It allows us to protect 3,500 types of wine, agricultural products and spirit drinks. And the Commission proposal is to improve the rules, especially when it comes to registering GIs and ensuring their protection online. There were two fears around this reform, but they have been dispelled. First of all, having wine under the CMO, as the sector wanted, and secondly, clarifying the role of the EU IPO in line with the demands of the farming world. The reform confirms that registration, decision on content of GIs will be down to the Commission. The aim to improve protection by GIs, therefore, has been reached. We should be happy that the European Union is managing to support the excellence of our farming products and wine. Thank you.
Ďakujem. A teraz poprosím kolegu.
Thank you. Now we have Mr. Morel.
merci. La colère des agriculteurs.
European farmers are still very angry, and it's a legitimate fury. But the movement goes beyond the economic side of things. It is also about our way of life that they're protesting. Without food supply autonomy, we can't have culinary heritage, and that's why we need to protect them. We need all of Europe's farmers. Now, of course, there are contradictions. Often there's a drive to produce more rather than to produce better. But in Europe, there are traditions and there is know-how handed down from generation to generation. That's certainly the case for the GIs and the PDOs. We have the best farming sector in the world. It respects the rules and standards better than elsewhere, and they're very high standards. I don't know if we're going to be able to maintain that if we don't protect agriculture from unfair competition from outside the EU, competition that doesn't respect the rules. The GIs and the specific measures to protect them in trade agreements could help us make further progress in this area.
Teraz poprosím kolegu Fernandesa.
Thank you. Now we have Mr. Fernandes.
Presidente, as indicações geográficas valorizam as nossas raízes e tradições.
it's very important to look at our traditions and our roots as well, protect our national patrimony and our gastronomical patrimony as well, defend the authenticity of these products, defend the rural world as well. It's a sign of quality, it's added value, something that we have to truly protect like the apple of our eye. We have to protect these products. And indeed, some cannot be copied. For example, Vinho Verde cannot be copied. And it's very important to make sure that we have a system in place that serves as a multiplier for these different types of products protected by geographical indications. Furthermore, it's very important to protect small farmers, small undertakings as well, because these products are for the most part an implement which defends them in the rural world overall. And there are regional structures as well in place which support small farmers, small producers as well, helps them to certify their products, for example, and to enjoy the fruits of geographical indications as a system overall. So the work of the committee and our rapporteur has been excellent, and geographical indications, once again, are added value for the rural world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We now have our colleague Maestre Martin de Almargo. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President. The EU is the first exporter of agricultural products, and 80 billion of the worth of the exports are covered under GIs. And these food products have genuine, high-quality characteristics, and they're famous across the world. This is why we need to ensure that these products are protected. Last week, the European Commission approved the campo de trava in the under a designation of origin, because it includes fantastic nutrients, because it is produced in a volcanic area which is unique in the world. Therefore, this regulation that we are adopting today will ensure that fantastic cheeses like Manchego cheese, fantastic wines, they will all be protected properly. And also, tourism is a source of added value for many regions that need it. So, Paulo de Castro, I'd like to thank you very much for all of the excellent work that you've done.
Thank you. We now have our colleague Ilčić. The floor is yours.
Colleagues, the Croatian wine named Prošek has existed since the 16th century. At the time, there was no single market, and there was also no wish to make use of the similarity of that name to the name of another product. Such wish also doesn't exist today, because Prošek, as a dessert wine, which is sweet and dark, is substantially different from products with a similar name. I support this report, but overall and above all, I support the provision according to which the decision whether a certain product is going to be protected or not is taken according to the procedure in place when proceedings were instigated, which means that Prošek should not be a victim of the overcomplex EU bureaucracy or political games in the background. I am glad that the European Union serves the protection of indigenous high-quality products such as Prošek and Prosecco, and I hope that Prošek is going to get its well-deserved protection very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have our colleague, Madame Conte. Go ahead.
890 geographical indications for wine and spirits and drinks. Italy is #1 in Europe for GI products in this particular category. Now, thanks to this particular regulation, we protect our producers. And finally, we guarantee that our national patrimony, gastronomical patrimony and heritage, local heritage as well, authentic and unique in the European Union and in the world, that it be protected. So indeed, we move forward in this particular spirit, protecting our Prosecco, for example, and numerous other spirits, wines, and products. The new regulation is very, very clear that traditional products will be clearly protected. For example, Prosecco is a wonderful example, protecting it from all those different imitations which are out there. This is important, absolutely imperative for our producers to protect once again our excellence, our agroalimentary excellence.
Thank you. We now have Mr. De Meo.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Paulo de Castro for the excellent work that was done for this regulation on geographical indications, which at this particular point in time is at the focus of attention with what is going on in the farmers' world and in the agricultural landscape out there, as far as policies, that is to say, that are being forged. So this particular regulation really reinforces our position in the European Union. Geographical indications, it's not a brand, it's an indication of excellence. It's a form of protection for our regions, protection of our tradition, culinary and alimentary tradition as well. With the new norms, farmers will have greater rights, producers will be better protected. Geographic indications means greater protection, greater independence and autonomy as well. Integrity for our products. Our consumers and consumers throughout the world will benefit from this as well, protecting them from any sort of imitations out there. Particularly in the very competitive climate that exists throughout the world, extremely important to have this type of revision for this regulation to protect once again our producers and our products on the global markets, create new opportunities for work, for development in rural areas. This resolution will be investment in the future of our agroalimentary system for the future and protect once again our farmers above all.
Thank you. Now we have Mr. Bellato.
President, today, with the new regulation on geographical indications, the Parliament introduces a new set of norms to protect competitiveness and the sustainability of our agricultural market. This is something absolutely imperative for the protection of farmers. So I think we ought to congratulate the rapporteur and shadows as well for the wonderful work that's been done. This will protect GI on the market, on the online virtual market as well throughout the world. The use of implements to protect GI, so unique, within the European Union and outside of the European Union, is something truly novel indeed. This regulation brings together numerous different elements from previous regulations to form a single policy of quality. Quality to protect, once again, GI throughout the world. Let's not forget that this is national patrimony, which is something which cannot be usurped or taken over or imitated by other types of imitations out there. So very important that our thousands and tens of thousands and hundreds of producers in Italy are protected wonderfully with this new piece of legislation.
That's it. Thank you. And now it's Mr. Berlato.
Che vengono evidenziate in questi giorni durante le proteste dei nostri imprenditori agricoli, si evidenzia la mancanza di un reddito adeguato. Si denuncia l'enorme divario tra i prezzi che vengono riconosciuti ai produttori e i prezzi pagati dai consumatori. Questo succede anche per effetto di una domanda fortemente organizzata, soprattutto nella grande distribuzione organizzata, e un'offerta che non è sufficientemente organizzata. Questo crea le condizioni perché i nostri imprenditori agricoli...
Sorry, excuse me, I have to stop you. We'll have to start again. You'll get the time, but we have no English translation. So, just a second. Yeah. So, if you can start again, hopefully it works now. Yes, thank you.
Allora,
So, once again, with the protests of farmers over these last couple of days, which are out on the streets, well, it's important for us to understand why they're on the streets. It's a lack of the necessary protection of this particular sector. The prices which farmers receive and the prices which go out to consumers after these products go down the supply chain is a serious problem. There's a demand right now for large distribution to fall into line so that we have a system in place which is to the benefit of farmers and consumers as well. I think it's very important for our farmers to be able to survive, but survive in a dignified fashion. It's very important to have proper protection of their products, and this takes place through the new regulation on geographical indications. This legislation goes in the proper direction to protect these individuals, to provide the necessary labeling so that consumers are aware of the quality that is attached to the particular product. I think indeed we have to thank Mr. Paulo de Castro for the major effort that he has made to put together this piece of this regulation, this revision. It has to be recognized by all of us, and it will benefit farmers and producers throughout Europe.
Now we have Madam Schneider. Go ahead.
Herr Präsident,
President, members of the House, geographical indications are a success and have been. They protect our traditional specialities and have done for the last 30 years and more, and that's a good thing. Unfortunately, the Commission and some other red tape fans here in the Parliament wanted to overdo things with this report. They wanted obligatory rules for ingredients that didn't come from the area in question. Now, that would have created a bureaucratic monster. We'd have needed a label even for the Nuremberger Lebkuchen cakes, because almonds don't grow in Nuremberg. Luckily, we were able to avoid that, find compromises that were practicable. But it shows the terrible effects that well-intentioned legislation can have. We have to stop getting lost in the details. That's the only way we can protect our unique products and their producers in our local regions now and in the future. Thank you.
Prosím kolegyňu Grapini.
Thank you. We now have Mrs. Grapini.
Doamna comisar, stimați colegi,
Thank you very much, President, Madam Commissioner, colleagues. I'm very happy today because finally we're talking about this regulation. I've been fighting since I was working in the business associations. And this will bring positive effects to the circular economy as well. It will maintain traditions. Small-scale producers will also be able to increase tourism because they know exactly how things work. They have passed this on from generation to generation, and they ensure that consumers have access to an authentic product. And this fights against counterfeit products. So I'm very happy because we will have GI products such as certain cakes that be protected, and I hope even more will be protected in Romania. And it's important in free trade agreements to support and protect these GIs.
Thank you, Mr. Romanowski. Now, the floor is yours.
Panie Przewodniczący, Pani Komisarz.
President, Commissioner, one message that this debate should send out is that European food is the highest quality of food, and it's created in a food system which other continents cannot match. The products marked with GIs are products which are guaranteed traditional specialities. Our producers, Polish producers, working in small family businesses should be offered better legal protection for their unique products, and the rules for registering new products should be simplified. It's also important that the new provisions should be applied to trade agreements with third countries. I call on protection for all GIs of the EU in our agreements with third countries and trade agreements. We cannot have our cultural heritage and culinary heritage not be protected. Next, the regulation should be added with a promotion strategy of these products, both in our market and abroad. We need to raise consumer awareness of these products.
Thank you. We now have Mr. Bogovic.
Dear Paulo de Castro, thank you very much for your report. I know that you've been fighting for geographical indignations for years, and these are crucial for our agriculture. I'm also happy that our Commissioner McGuinness is here. She's also member of the Committee for Agriculture in the past. So what we're talking about, we're actually increasing added value and quality of these products, both on the market. In addition to this, we are also promoting tourism, sustainability, job creation. All this is interconnected. This is why we need to actually make all these procedures more simple. Slovenia has also 27 agricultural products that enjoy this geographical indication protection. But now, you know, I'm seeing farmers on the streets, and I see that we need to actually do more, especially when it comes to designation and indications that are related to local production. In doing so, we will increase added value to our agricultural products. But first of all, let's focus on these products that are contained in the regulation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pizzula.
Colleagues, first of all, I'd like to congratulate the rapporteur. Every reform that tries to simplify procedures and helps producers is welcome. The new regulation is good news for the producers of 3,500 already protected products, and there are quite a lot from Croatia too. The quality of the agricultural products of Europe is its main characteristic on the global market. This is not due to the geographical indication alone, but also to the tradition of local communities that are our cultural heritage in this diverse continent. Therefore, I applaud the Article 13 on the homonyms that enables the protection of products with similar names, provided that they have very determined different characteristics. This is good news for the Croatian dessert wine named Prošek, which we have been trying to protect for a very long time. It is only in the name that it is similar to the Italian Prosecco, and therefore there is no reason why not to start a good meal with a glass of Prosecco and end it with a glass of Prošek.
Mr. Mato, thank you.
En unos momentos en el que el campo agoniza y se revela frente a una política suicida, resulta extraño que vayamos a aprobar una norma que beneficia a los agricultores, máxime después del voto de esta mañana a la Ley de Restauración de la Naturaleza, que va a tener consecuencias muy negativas para los agricultores. En Europa contamos con más de 3.500 IGPs, como el plátano de Canarias, que aportan aproximadamente 80.000 millones de euros en exportaciones.
We don't have a translation again, so we'll have to start again. Yeah, just give me a second. I hope so. Okay.
Presidente, querida
Commissioner, at a moment when there's such struggle on the field, we have a suicidal policy which has been adopted. And it's quite unusual that we have finally something to the benefit of farmers, particularly after the nature restoration vote, which has terrible reverberations for farmers. In Europe, we have over 3,500 geographical indications, which provide 80 billion, in exports of the EU. It allows us to protect quality products, respect the environment as well, protects rural areas, and preserves traditions throughout Europe. Immense added value for the continent. It simplifies the requirements for farmers and once again allows for the export in a smooth fashion of these products to third countries. So let's continue to work for our farmers. Today, more than ever, they need our support.
Gracias. A teraz poprosím kolegu.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Luna.
Gracias, Presidente. Thank you very much, President. Well, I have to just say, Mr. Mato, no, the nature restoration law will only bring benefits to the primary sector. We should stop denying that. Thank you very much to my colleague Paulo de Castro for working on this report and for doing such a good job on it, because this is a heritage, social, political, cultural and economic heritage in Europe and its regions, creating new guarantees and putting them in one single text is very important. I'd like to highlight two things. I think simplifying the registration system is very important for producers, and also strengthening protection on the international market and in a digital arena. And the law also talks about the development of GIs, and there have been significant steps in that regard. We need to protect GIs, and this is a very, very viable policy, which is a big success story for the European Parliament.
Und jetzt würde ich die Kollegin Winzig bitten.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident.
President, Commissioner, members of the House. Protected geographical indications for agricultural products is one of the EU's success stories. There are 3,761 GIs, and 60 plus come from Austria. Now, the new regulation consolidates the existing rules in a single system and offers online protection to GIs as well. A simplified registration process lasting no longer than 6 months will show that agriculture can function without over-regulation. There are a lot of regional specialities that are good for Europeans, but also they're important export products and are good for the rest of the world too.
Thank you very much. We have now completed the MEPs who applied for floor in this debate, and let's look at the catch the eye procedure. First, we have Mr. Sokol.
Thank you very much. Geographical indications are a guarantor of quality of agricultural products. One of them is the traditional Croatian prošek. The color and the scent and the taste is completely different to the Italian Prosecco, but certain interest groups have tried to make use of this legislation to destroy the Croatian prošek, but despite their lobbying, they haven't succeeded. Thanks to the efforts of the European Parliament, we have now eliminated the detrimental provisions of these rules, and we will finally be able to protect the Croatian prošek. It is a century-long tradition product, the traditional product of Croatia. I am happy that now homonymy is not sufficient grounds for the rejection of protection under the geographical indications system. I support this regulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, colleague Kelleher.
I welcome this report, and I think that geographical indications are a critically important component in recognising the diverse quality of food production across Europe in terms of its cultural and its heritage and its general traditions. And it is of a high quality. And I do welcome the recommendations around the consolidation of rules, ensuring the integrity of assessing and awarding, and making sure that PGOs and GPIs have a standard that is benchmarked internationally as well and sets the highest standards from the point of view of protection. So I very much welcome this. From an Irish perspective, clearly food production in the agri-food sector is critically important, and I do urge that we increase the number and the uptake of GIs in Ireland itself from the point of view of the quality of food and drink we produce. And I would encourage everybody involved in the sector to look at making applications to protect and vindicate our traditional food production systems in Ireland, and to ensure that they have access to the European market and also globally as well, and that they can be vindicated in the event of there being breaches or flagrant abuse of GIs or plagiarism.
Thank you. A teraz by som poprosil kolegu.
And now, colleague Zadone, you have the floor.
In un contesto in cui
Now, criminalizing farmers, penalizing our producers. Fortunately, this text gives value to the agroalimentary market and to all those active on it. But products of quality, Italian ones, are unfortunately victims to numerous imitations that are out there with Italian-sounding names which are out there and undermining our GI market. Now, also, there are consequences, of course, on numerous different levels for our country with these particular imitations and this piracy that takes place. I think, indeed, only in Italy, thousands of jobs have been created through this particular imitation sector, which is something which is absurd and unacceptable. So there's that danger of undermining quality products in Europe with terrible copies that are out there on the market. And I think it's important for us to work to defend our producers and the products they generate.
Grazie. And now, colleague Castaldo, you have the floor.
Grazie, Presidente, cari colleghi.
Thank you very much, friends. So, as we've seen in our country, we've seen a scourge of Italian-sounding imitations. It's billions of euro that are coming out of that particular sector and generated by it. And this is very unfortunate because it undermines our GI products. We have so many thousands of DOP products and GI products which are out there that need our protection. We have to preserve this excellence in the internal market and in the external market as well. This is what we're doing with this regulation. We need greater simplicity in the registration process. We need harmonizing of the various norms and rules and regulations that are out there. We need a system of protection as well, surveying what's going on in the market and protecting individuals as well in the sector. And also those sound-like names like Parmesan or Prosek. We have to deal with this. This is a serious problem which is once again undermining the GI market. So let's listen very carefully to what our producers and farmers have to say and protect them.
Grazie. Colleague Binu, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors que nos agriculteurs sont...
Thank you. Our farmers are really suffering because of foreign products. And we now have the GIs. Without GIs, we can't beat aggressive and unfair competition from the rest of the world. This regulation will mean the survival of wine, spirits, and farming in the EU. GIs show that protectionism works and that it plays an important role in maintaining cultural diversity, tradition, and the authenticity of products. Thanks to this legal protection, consumers around the world can distinguish between low-cost industrialized products that meet no EU environmental standards, and those products that are the pride of Europe. However, same as for the nature restoration law, you've betrayed farmers here. Support farmers, support know-how, French know-how, of course, as well. Support our farmers, again, in their fight against industrial groups.
Merci.
And we hereby conclude the Catch the Eye procedure. And may I ask the Commissioner, Madam McGuinness?
Thank you, Vice President. Also, thank you, colleagues. I think this debate has been really positive, and the fact that so many colleagues spoke in the debate speaks to the importance of food and agriculture for Europe. Now, in these tumultuous times, with our farmers taking to the streets, delivering on geographical indications may seem marginal. Yet geographical indications have long played and will continue to play a key role in maintaining farmers' income. And I repeat that we are ready in the Commission to begin implementing the new rules over the next few weeks when the Parliament votes tomorrow. I want to end by saying, dear Mr De Castro, dear Paolo, you rightly have the last word in this debate as rapporteur. And again, I thank you for your work on GIs. Your attention to farming and quality food is well known, including our work together over many years on the Agriculture Committee here in the European Parliament. So it's nice to have a moment to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. And now back to the rapporteur, Mr. De Castro.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President, and thank you all. Thank you, Commissioner McGuinness, for the words. I'd like to thank you all for the extraordinary support for nearly 2 years of work in which, indeed, we've listened to all of the stakeholders and we've developed a series of innovative implements and tools that will be immediately available to our quality supply chains. Let me say that after the crises due to the pandemic, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and the soaring production costs, finally good news for our European farmers. But this reform cannot represent an end point. Instead, it must become a platform from which to build, generate momentum for new phases in the development of geographical indications supply chains, which have now gone from being a matter of a few member states attached to their culinary culture. Now it has become something which is an economic, political, cultural, social nature and asset at the European level. There are enormous potentials for quality and productions, and now a new phase. It all passes into the hands of producers and supply chains who will have to prove that they're up to the challenge. In the meantime, however, the Union cannot stand by in an idle fashion. And in that spirit, dear Commissioner, we're calling, as of today, for the creation of an ad hoc action plan building on what has been done as in the organic sector that can further support and consolidate a heritage, as mentioned, that cannot be delocalized. This is what Europe wants, a more competitive and sustainable production system, reconnecting our rural areas with our consumers and putting them at the forefront, at the center of the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The debate is closed and the voting will be held tomorrow. Thank you.
Boa tarde, colegas. Prosseguimos com a nossa sessão.
Good afternoon, colleagues. We're going to continue with today's session. The minutes from yesterday and the texts approved have been sent out. If anyone has any observations, that's not the case, then we continue. Then we deem these minutes adopted. Let's move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a statement by the Vice President of the Commission and High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, a statement on the war in Gaza Strip and the need to reach a ceasefire, including recent developments in the region. As you all know, Vice President and the High Representative is not present here because he is sick. So he will be represented by Commissioner Lenarčič, who I will now give the floor to talk about this point and then for the next debate. Thank you.
Mr. President, honourable members of the Parliament, for more than 4 months, I have been calling the attention to the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza, where around 30,000 people have been killed and more than 1 million are displaced in Rafah. A recent health report from Johns Hopkins and the University of London predicts that more than 60,000 civilians will die unless there is a ceasefire and a massive surge in aid very soon. After almost 5 months of war and destruction, our focus must be on achieving an agreement for an immediate end to fighting, to alleviate the humanitarian catastrophe, save lives, and free the remaining 130 hostages still held by Hamas in Gaza. 26 of our member states share that call. In unison with most of the international community, we have urged Israel not to advance on Rafah. It would have humanitarian consequences of incredible proportions. Over 1 million Palestinians that have been displaced there and have nowhere else to go. Under these circumstances, the work of the United Nations, including UNRWA, remains crucial. UN Secretary General Guterres and Commissioner General Lazzarini are taking the Israeli allegations against UNRWA staff very seriously and have taken immediate, decisive measures. We must recognize the high-risk environment UNRWA operates in and cannot resort to collective punishment or contribute to the further humanitarian collapse in Gaza, considering UNRWA's literally vital role for the people in Gaza. But UNRWA is also essential for the stability in the region. Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and in the West Bank. In line with EU values, and while we are working constructively with UNRWA on the reinforcement of their internal controls, an audit carried by EU-appointed experts, and the vetting system for their staff, it remains of crucial importance to provide UNRWA with adequate funding. A funding gap would have catastrophic consequences. We have to be clear. There is simply no substitute for UNRWA, now and for the day after. Individual accountability must be ensured, but collective punishment cannot be the answer. The situation in the West Bank and East Jerusalem is equally concerning. Demolitions, settlement construction, restrictions on movement and access, as well as settler violence, have all surged since 7th October. On the adoption of sanctions on violent Israeli settlers, we have an agreement at 26. But as you know, we need unanimity to adopt EU restrictive measures, similar to those imposed by the United States months ago. Some member states have introduced national entry bans. We will continue to work towards a coordinated approach on this issue. With Ramadan approaching in 2 weeks' time, there is an acute risk that the situation could get further out of hand in the West Bank and in the region if we don't act decisively. For months, we have been urging Hamas to release the hostages and for Israel to protect civilians, increase humanitarian access, seriously confront settler violence, release essential revenues withheld from the Palestinian Authority, and desist from actions that risk aggravating an already explosive situation. We have also urged both Hezbollah and Israel to contain the dangerously spiraling violence across the Israeli-Lebanese border. There has been no substantial progress. Meanwhile, the current escalation has been a political windfall for extremists across the region who thrive on polarization and misery. All Iranian-backed militias are active, from Yemen to Lebanon. I'm worried about possible miscalculations that would trigger a wider conflict. All diplomatic channels must be used to prevent further escalation, be it in Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, or the Red Sea, where freedom of navigation is threatened by Houthi attacks on commercial vessels. The EU is playing its role by deploying a naval operation called Aspides to escort and defend commercial vessels. It is the 7th EU operation that High Representative Vice President has launched during his mandate, and it is a new illustration of the importance for the EU to develop its military capacities. But we must move beyond treating symptoms to treating the cause. Israelis, Palestinians, and all peoples of the region deserve to live in security, dignity, and a stable neighborhood. But we all know that there is only one viable and sustainable way to achieve all these objectives: a safe and secure Palestinian state next to a safe and secure state of Israel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Janez Lenarčič. I will now give the floor to the speakers of the several political groups. We will start with the first round of speakers, beginning with Antonio López Istúriz White.
Thank you very much, Chair. If my calculation is right, we are holding the 6th debate on Gaza, and we have had 2 resolutions in 4 months. If anyone is taking good note, I think that we are breaking all the records in this Parliament. We did not break these records for Ukraine in 4 months, neither for Bosnia. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. Yes, not in 4 months, my friends, because this is not about ideology. I know that some of you are looking for votes in the next European elections, but this is not. This is about the sufferance of the Palestinian and the Israeli people and how we can mediate on that. And then I have to hear the High Representative attacking again the President of the European Commission. Why? Because we have elections in 2 months? Is this the role of the High Representative? Is this the role? People of good, that there are many in this Parliament, that they have voted in favor of 2 resolutions in this Parliament, that we were the first to talk about the humanitarian process, that we talked about the ceasefire condition to the release of hostages and the end of Hamas. We have been first in everything. We will continue that line. Yes, yes, you will lose the elections, my friends. The polls are showing you are not reaching the European population. And unfortunately, because of the reaction against you, they are turning to the other side. And you will not be there in the next parliament with all your rhetoric, because you take this ideologically not from the humanitarian approach that this question needs, and Europe at its centre to be the mediator between the parts. As long as you don't understand this, then we cannot be part of the solution. And that's what many of us we would like to be. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado. Depois do PPE, tem agora a palavra.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Ms. Insia.
Colleagues, as long as the bombs are falling down on Gaza, of course, we need to continue debating it, even if it's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 times. The debate needs to continue, and more than the debate, the actions must be put on the table, because to be honest, I am furious about the lack of actions from the side of the European Union. Time is running out and innocent Palestinians are losing their lives. 30,000 people. It's not just a number, but real individuals of flesh and blood. Yes, Israel has the right to protect itself against the terrorist activities of Hamas. However, taking the lives of innocent individuals is not a form of self-defense. More than 70% of the victims are children and women. Do we in this Parliament and the EU truly believe in upholding humanitarian principles and international law? Or do we only advocate for their application when it suits our agenda or when the victims are deemed to be the right ones? At this moment, in Gaza, newborn babies are being punished simply for being Palestinian. They don't even have the chance to open their eyes before they are tragically deprived their lives by the Israeli bombings. Our true humanity is being tested right now. If you want to examine your own humanity, especially on the conservative side of the spectrum here, consider reversing the roles and imagine how you would respond if Palestine were the aggressors and 30,000 innocent Israelis were the victims. I consistently advocate for Israeli safety and security every day during the whole year. I also always stand up for the safety and security for the Palestinians. It is unfortunate that not all colleagues in this Parliament are capable to do the same. Colleagues, as ordered by the International Court of Justice, we in the S&D group urge Israel to refrain from acts under the Genocide Convention, prevent and punish the direct and public incitement to genocide. And colleagues, we are also grateful for the incredible work UNRWA is doing through ensuring humanitarian aid to civilians. EU and our member states must continue supporting UNRWA. And finally, we need an immediate and unconditional ceasefire right now to save lives. We cannot stand by in this Parliament and the European Union and watch. We can't be implicated in grave humanitarian violations. Silence is compliance.
Muito obrigado. Segue-se agora pelo grupo Renew.
Thank you very much. Now on behalf of Renew, Ms. Woutmans.
Collega's, meneer de commissaris, ik had wel meneer Borrell verwacht hier. Maar goed, ik ben...
Thank you very much. We were expecting to see Mr. Borrell here, but colleagues, often we are critical of the Commission's foreign policy positions, but member states and the European Parliament finally have a strong position apart from Viktor Orban, but we're used to that. Fortunately, Europe is united around a ceasefire and for more humanitarian assistance for Gaza, for all hostages to be released by the terrorist organization Hamas, and to prevent more civilian casualties. But the question, colleagues, is how can we stop Netanyahu from putting into place his Rafah attack plan, which would be an ordeal for more than 1 million inhabitants in Gaza? Europe needs to ensure that Israel respects the opinion of the International Court of Justice and protect civilians, because this ruling is binding. We are a union of values. As Team Europe, we need to exert all of our diplomatic influence to ensure that this war ends. Otherwise, we won't be a proper European Union. Thank you very much. The next speaker, on behalf of the Greens, Mr. Solé. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In Gaza, almost 30,000 people killed, mostly innocent civilians. How many more lives need to be destroyed until this bloodshed finally ends? I say it again, the atrocities committed by Hamas do not justify the massacre of civilians in Gaza, nor the collective punishment to which, as a matter of fact, its population is being subjected to. And things can only get worse if Israel carries out the ground invasion operation in Rafah, where 1 million Palestinians are cramped with nowhere else to go. Let us listen to the ICJ. The risk of genocide is plausible if these large-scale operations do not stop and if access to humanitarian aid continues to be hindered. The provisional measures ordered by the court are binding. However, the reality is that in February, compared to January, humanitarian aid into Gaza has been reduced to a half. This is just shameful. Speaking of aid, to all those governments who have decided to suspend funding to UNRWA, I ask them, what exactly is the viable alternative to immediately replace UNRWA's operational capacity? They know the answer as well as I do. None. So what sense does this decision make? Let all the necessary controls be carried out. Let all the necessary measures be taken, but don't asphyxiate UNRWA, because this will have immediate and further tremendous consequences on the population. This tragedy must end now. We need an immediate and permanent ceasefire and the release of all hostages. Let's hope that the negotiations underway will lead to this result. The sooner the better.
Muito obrigado. A próxima intervenção é do Grupo dos Conservadores.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on behalf of the ECR is Ms. Kanko.
De ECR-fractie wil de onmiddellijke vrijlating.
Thank you. President, the ECR group wants the immediate release of all hostages and the dismantling of the terrorist group Hamas and a ceasefire. Of course, we all want humanitarian aid to reach Gaza, as long as this assistance is not rejected by Hamas. I am appalled by the attitude of UNRWA. Yesterday I listened to a mother in Geneva. Her son was kidnapped lifeless and taken to Gaza from the music festival by an UNRWA staff member in an UNRWA jeep. All of this can be found on video. Do we want to pay for this? The UN needs to take a key role now. People think it's legitimate for an EU member state to suspend their funding of UNRWA pending the conclusion of investigations. But a thorough review of UNRWA could eventually lead to being replaced by the UNHCR and other credible UN agencies. We demand full transparency and full control on EU funding for UNRWA and the Palestinian Authority. We need minimum respect for taxpayers. And we should not forget the pain of this mother and the death of her son.
A próxima intervenção é do Grupo ID.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on behalf of ID is Ms. Bonfrisco.
Commissario Lenarčić.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Lenarčić, colleagues, the involvement of UNRWA in the Hamas attack on the 7th of October is a terrible reality. a reality which is magnified by the conflict and the fact that there are operative cells which are underground in Gaza. So the Jewish state of Israel, the value of life, the protection of this particular state, and the need of this state to be able to defend itself, well, it requires the respect of all, and it requires, of course, respect of international conventions, but we also have to make sure that that state can defend itself. Now, Commissioner, you're worried about Ramadan. Now, in Gaza, there is no structural separation between the civil and the military. And let me give you the response. How do we deal with this? Creating multiple martyrs for a cause, that's part of their program, that's part of their way of doing things. It's the inability of Hamas and other Islamic organizations to be able to use any other instrument other than terrorism in order to promote their particular agenda of anti-Semitism. This is despicable.
Intervenção de Manon Aubry.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Aubry on behalf of the Left.
Chers collègues,
Members, as we speak, 1.5 million people know that they will die in Rafah if we do nothing. Israel is going to launch a massive land operation, having carpeted the area with bombs, whilst half the population is there following Israel's instructions, and the conditions there are awful. This is going to happen in the next few hours if we can't bring Netanyahu to see reason, and it's going to be carnage. Mr. Borrell has said it. The Gazans aren't dying themselves. It's because Netanyahu is killing them. It's because we supply military supplies to Israel to kill thousands of Palestinians. They're dying because the EU prefers to close its eyes to this and to renew its association agreement with Israel for the sake of a better profit. They're dying because the EU is not able to apply the ICJ's ruling and the measures that it outlines against Israel to stop the genocide. People are dying because members here on the right of the House refuse to help them. They're dying because members here prefer to sanction this humanitarian disaster. They're dying because some here prefer having blood on their hands. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Dou agora a palavra à deputada.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Laura Ferrara, non-attached.
Thank you very much. The International Court of Justice has requested that the Convention on Genocide be respected. This is something that involves our conscience as well and our international responsibility. So I think it's very important for us to understand that there are forced movements of people that have led to death because of lack of medical supplies, of food, of water. And we have numerous people which are suffering, which are dying because of this. UNRWA has already made its particular statements with regard to the consequences of the 7th of October attack. And if something is not done right now, the catastrophe will be total in nature. It's very important to use all instruments that are available, sanctions in other, in order for reciprocal respect to be put in place for Israel and for Palestine as well. What we have to have is the recognition of two sovereign democratic states. A two-state solution is the only possibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker. Now we have the group speakers. Lucas Mandel first.
President, dear colleagues, time and again during our plenary sessions, the representation of the very citizens of our very European Union, our High Representative, the Commissioner for Foreign Affairs, does not show up. again he does not show up. Otherwise he would know about the decisions of this very parliament on the current Middle East crisis. And the decisions were always on behalf of the EU citizens, on the side of Israel, our strong partner, the only democratic rule of law based in the region, defending itself, defending also us against terrorism and terrorist threats all over the world, confronting the Mullah regime in Tehran of Iran, which is threatening all the world. And otherwise, he would not be able to say what he actually said in a recent interview in the newspaper El País, that our Commission's President, Ursula von der Leyen, would have represented anyone but herself with her completely pro-Israeli position and visiting Israel in the most crucial days. Actually, our Commission's President represented what the people of Europe think in their majority, represented by this Parliament, which has decided into that manner and direction. And this is what the High Representative and Foreign Affairs Commissioner should be aware about. I disagree on a lot with our Commission's President when it comes to bureaucracy, to the inside, when it comes to the new era of prohibition, to the inside of the European Union, but to the outside, Ursula von der Leyen is strengthening Europe, and Josep Borrell is unfortunately weakening Europe. Only remember him also his visit to Moscow before the current Russia aggression.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleague. You've got a blue card. Lucas? You've got a blue card. If you want to answer, it's from Abir Al-Fanani.
Thank you so much for taking this blue card, colleague Mendel. I have a question for you. You said that Israel was the only rule of law state in the MENA region, thus making it clear that Israel has to follow international regulation and international law. Where is it your breaking point? How many more Palestinians have to be killed? What other atrocities can Israel do? Where is your personal breaking point to see that this, what is going on, is not anymore self-defense, it is something else? What is your breaking point, Mr. Mendel? How many more Palestinians have to die? Thank you.
Thank you for this question. My personal position and my policy is especially for demilitarization of the Gaza Strip. After dismantling Hamas, which is taking hostage not only Israeli citizens, but the people of the Gaza Strip, the Palestinians themselves. After dismantling Hamas, there must be demilitarization of the Gaza Strip, observed by Israel, but not only by Israel, by others. We then need civil society, we need education there, we need fight anti-Semitism, we need economy which will be capable to help itself, not be dependent on all the world's aid all the time. This is what will be needed in the area. Or in other words, is it possible to respond to a blue card? Or?
It is possible
Okay.
within the time limit.
I hope we will continue our debate because a parliamentary debate is always worth it. Thanks for the question again. I could make the most important point at least.
Thank you very much. As you all know, there are allocated times, so people have to respect the allocated times so that our debate can continue normally. So the next speaker now is Brando Benifei. You've got the floor.
A Gaza si sta usando.
In Gaza, we have famine. Humanitarian aid is not entering. There is much less than in February, than in January. 30,000 civilians have died, the majority of which men and women. UNRWA cannot be left without resources. This humanitarian disaster is in the making. It's there. We have to do something. Netanyahu has said clearly there will no longer be a Palestinian state. We can draw what we want from those statements. Now, it's it's important for the international community to take action, to offer hope to those who are suffering today, convene a conference on peace, a united Europe against this violence. We have to act right now in order to stop this horrific massacre.
Muito obrigado. Próxima intervenção.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Abia Al-Salani. You have the floor.
Do you want to use your time, speaking time? So if not, I kindly ask you to leave the podium so that the next speaker can intervene.
There are no more words to speak about what's going on in Gaza, Mr. President of this session. There are no more laws to break. There are no more appeals that we can do to what's going on. The hypocrisy is obvious. Our collective humane has failed. We said that we won't fail, but we are failing again. Human rights have a skin color, and the darker you are, the less human rights you have. We have been tried to be silenced. They have tried to make us look like anti-Semites. They have tried to make us look like we don't care about the safety of the Israeli people. All of that still to make it possible to kill more Palestinians, unfortunately. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Próxima intervenção.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Kira Peter Hansen.
Børn af sult. Familier spiser græs.
Children are starving. Families are having to eat grass. And those that are fortunate die. These children are suffering. Mothers are not able to breastfeed because they're not being fed. More than 10,000 children have been killed and many more will be killed. Whole families have been killed and many people no longer have children, mothers, fathers or siblings. Many people have died. Many people have to suffer. Lots of people have been traumatized for life, and the Israeli hostages are still remain hostages. We've seen rulings from the ICJ as well, and Israel has responded with more bombs and even less access to humanitarian aid. Here in the EU, we need to advocate for international law, and we need to move towards a two-state solution. We cannot see more civilian victims. Palestinians and Israelis have the right to live in peace. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Segue-se agora a intervenção de
Thank you very much. Now Bert-Jan Huyssen.
Dank u wel, voorzitter. Beste collega's.
Thank you very much. Release of the more than 100 hostages in Gaza must be the top priority of the ongoing negotiations. Increasing humanitarian aid to civilians in Gaza is also of great importance. A temporary pause in fighting can certainly help in this regard, but it is up to Hamas to take responsibility for the sake of the people in Gaza. However, this has been lacking for decades. Let's be realistic. As long as Hamas continues to prioritize destroying Israel, there can be no permanent truce. Even if Hamas were defeated, the spirit of Hamas lives on. That problem must be addressed at the root. In this, the EU also has a responsibility. As long as Europe continues to co-finance Palestinian textbooks full of Jewish hatred, and as long as it pays UN bodies where terrorists work, a sustainable solution is not in sight. Thank you.
Blue card. I wonder if you want to respond. from our colleague Sophia Infeld. I see you want to respond, so Sophia, you've got the floor.
Ja, dank u wel, voorzitter. Collega Ruijs.
Thank you very much. Colleague Royson, you said only when all Hamas fighters are destroyed, but Hamas fighters will continue to exist. The endless violence against the people of Gaza, this is not legitimized by all of this particular situation. Is it not something, is it something that you can continue to label as legitimate? Hasn't it been overdone? I said that in Gaza and in the Palestinian areas, we have a generation which is growing, which is being indoctrinated by hatred for Jews. This is something that we have to bring an end to. As long as Hamas still exists, there can be no sustainable peace in the area. I hope from the bottom of my heart that some sort of solution will be found. And we're speaking about the release of hostages by Hamas, perhaps some sort of limited ceasefire, but some sort of long-term sustainable peace in the region? No. Hamas has to disappear for all of that to take place.
Anders Primdeel Vistisen.
Thank you. Now Anders Vistisen, please.
Burde ikke bruges til finansiering af islamisk terror.
We can't have EU money funding Islamic terrorism. It sounds simple, but it's not, apparently. Not here. In March 23, UNRWA took 600 million kroner, but we know that that organization now participated in the Hamas terrorist attack. Not just welcomed it, but participated. The support that we have given to Palestinian society has actually created more radicalism. It's supported terrorist organizations like Hamas. And that money was used to plan the attack and to train the terrorists for that attack and other activities aimed at destabilizing the region. And we must say stop now to that. Stop. Danish and European taxpayers' money should not fund terrorism. That which has created problems in the Middle East. We have to stop our monies funding terrorism permanently.
Actually, we've got 3 blue cards, but I can only allow one.
Don't let me have all of them.
And the first request is from Margaret Auken. You've got the floor.
Anders Vistisen, har du nogensinde været der?
Mr. Vistisen, have you ever been there? Have you seen what UNRWA actually does? Building schools, emergency aid, all sorts of things. And all the things that Israel should be doing because it's the occupying power, but doesn't do them. There is evidence that there have been a few black sheep, but that does not mean that it's true that what Israel says, that UNRWA has been transporting missiles in its ambulances. That's been shown to be a lie. It's cynical of Israel, and it's damaging the life of thousands. You apparently don't care about the life of thousands of people. I wonder if you've got a better solution than UNRWA.
Tusindvis af millioner bor der trods alt ikke i Palæstina.
Hundreds of thousands. Well, the proof against UNRWA is not new evidence, and they're not individual cases. There were employees that carried out terrorist attacks. There were tunnels under their offices. And there are school books that got subsidies but promote hate and violence and fundamental Islamism. That is not appropriate for the UN organization. The UN organization is supposed to promote conciliation, and the global order should be protected by the UN. I'd like to see this dealt with at the UN General Assembly.
Ao nosso colega Manu Pineda.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pineda has the floor now.
Thank you very much, President. "29 days have passed since the ruling of the ICJ, and more than 4,000 people have been killed since the 29th of January, since the ruling was interested. 24,000 people, correction. And a countless number of women, children and old people who are dying because of diseases, because humanitarian aid isn't reaching them. And it's Israel that you are defending here, and they are preventing this humanitarian aid from reaching them. What is the EU doing to ensure that the interim rulings by the ICJ are being complied with? Nothing. What is the only measure that's been taken? That is the accusations of an unreliable entity, Israeli intelligence, saying that of the thousands of people working in UNRWA, a dozen have been involved in the attacks in Israel on the 7th of October. And many countries, most countries in the EU, have already withdrawn funding from Israel. We've seen how here the far right is asking for UNRWA to be replaced by another agency. And the Cont Committee is chaired by a Zionist, and they have presented an amendment regarding UNRWA. The EU is becoming an accomplice of Israel in the application of the final solution against the Palestinian people. Is this what we want? Do we want to be part of this genocide? Do we want to be complicit in that genocide?
Thank you, colleague. You've got a blue card, actually. Two, but I'll give the... Do you want a blue card? Do you want to respond? Sorry, so we've got a blue card first from Michaela Sojdrova. You've got the floor.
Děkuji, pane kolego.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Thank you very much for accepting my blue card, dear colleague. I think you very often mix up causes and consequences in your speech. You say that we, the European Union, have done nothing to help the victims of violence. Well, I would like to ask you, what did Hamas do? What did Hamas do to stop the violence? Why did Hamas not release the hostages? That would be the end of everything. Thank you.
Hombre, si estuviéramos en una reunión.
Well, if we were in a meeting with Hamas, you could ask them, they could respond to that. But we are in the European Parliament, and responses need to be provided by the European Parliament. Hamas know what they are doing, but they are offering the release of Israeli hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners in Israel. There needs to be an exchange here. You know, I've heard a lot of people talking about anti-Semitism, but the worst example of anti-Semitism since the beginning of the end of the Second World War is the genocide that terrorists in Israel are doing against a Semitic people, which is in Palestine. And do you want to continue? Do you want this situation to continue?
Thank you so much. So now I will give the floor to our colleague Dino Giacoso.
Il 19 ottobre sono
On the 19th of October, we said here in the plenary, we condemned the Israeli acts just a couple of days later, we had members of the European Parliament just standing silently and not responding to the thousands that are dying there. And the same thing a couple of days later. And now anybody who has criticized the government of Netanyahu is being called an anti-Semite. Now, I think anti-Semites, what is this? How can you say that? I have condemned the violence of Hamas. Cannot be called an anti-Semite on those particular, with having made those particular statements. I think it's quite clear that we have no civil conscience. It is Europeans that ought to stand at the side of children in Gaza who are victimized in this particular situation. They are part of this world. They are living creatures that have to be respected. It is absolutely key, absolutely imperative for us to condemn this horrific massacre.
Agora a palavra David Lega.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is David Lega.
Yeah, of course. More down with the... Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioner, and Mr. Borrell. I do hope for your swift recovery, and I want to address you online since you're not here, because today I wanted to talk to you about trust. Because without trust, there can be no ceasefire and no lasting peace. Yesterday in Geneva, I met the mother of a young Israeli man murdered by Hamas on October 7th. A young man whose corpse was then taken hostage to Gaza by an UNRWA employee in an UNRWA car. And this isn't just her mother's story. It's all on video. I saw it yesterday and I will never forget it. When it comes to UNRWA, how could the EU ever even consider business as usual? You, Mr. Borrell, criticized President von der Leyen for visiting Israel after the attacks. You've said you fully trust UN leadership to get to the bottom of alleged UNRWA complicity in Hamas terrorism, and you've said that major donors who have suspended funds to UNRWA, including my own country, Sweden, have fallen prey to emotions. What will it take for you to understand that your trust is frankly irrelevant if UNRWA loses the trust of parties involved? And that whether you like it or not, donor countries are parties involved, and so is Israel. UNRWA has failed to keep the trust of all its partners, and no organization is irreplaceable. EU aid to Gaza can and must go to more responsible, more neutral, more trusted partners who have shown their capacity by serving millions elsewhere. And honestly, Palestinians in Gaza deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David, you've got a blue card. You've got a blue card. Actually, you've got two. I can only give one. And the first request, let's see, it's from Malin Björk. Swedish should be fine.
Du säger att UNRWA inte ska få en spänn.
You have said that UNRWA should be punished, but without UNRWA, Palestinian children will starve. Not your kids, not mine, but Palestinian children. How do we distinguish between different human lives? Why is a Palestinian life not worth anything? Why should bombs be dropped on the Palestinians? 30,000 have already died, most of them women and children. Where is the line for you? When do you say stop this killing from Netanyahu? We have to work for peace and cohabitation. The extreme right-wing Israeli government is not doing that. Why do we support the progressive powers in Israel that would like to see peace? Thank you, Marlin. I have supported those progressive powers in this parliamentary term in Israel, but they have said that UNRWA promotes hatred. They have these school books school books that show terrorists attacking Israelis, but even before the attack took place. How many more tunnels and cables should we let them build together with UNRWA? Where do you draw the line? How many crimes need to be committed before you lose trust in UNRWA?
Very much. So the next speaker will be Isabel Santos. Assim que estiverem criadas as condições.
As soon as the technical arrangements have been made, I give the floor. Isabel Santos the floor.
Tempo. Somos vencidos pelo...
Thank you. We are exhausted and we don't have the words to describe this situation. In the Gaza Strip, there is no longer any safe place. Humanitarian assistance is not reaching the people. There is no health care. The only certainty for Palestinians is death for those people living in the Gaza Strip, those that have survived Israel's bombings. The situation, UNRWA is the only source of hope for Palestinians within and outside the Gaza Strip. We can't leave them without any resources. The European Union needs to provide assistance without delay and without restrictions, including those planned for this week. It's important that we have this assistance in place because it's the only way we will save lives in the Gaza Strip. We cannot tolerate the atrocities which continue to be committed in the Gaza Strip and the breach of the recommendations made by the International Court of Justice, breaches by Israel. We need to think seriously about the possibility of suspending the association agreement between the EU and Israel. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra.
Thank you very much. I give the floor now to Bernard Guetta.
Mes chers collègues, nous n'avons pas...
Members, we're dealing with not one emergency, but two. The EU has to arm Ukraine and rearm itself, but it also has to make its voice heard in the Middle East, where it has little political weight, but it has enormous economic weight, because it's the largest trading partner for Israel and the largest aid donor for Palestine. Europe is first to defend the two-state solution. However, the European Union, we are only speaking. We're not taking action in favour of peace. And worse still, our passive stance means that we're being accused of taking sides with the stronger party, Israel, against Palestine. All of this should mean that the Union takes up the gauntlet of making peace through two-state solution. As soon as the fog of war has cleared, we should use the levers that we have, the leverage that we have, namely our trade agreements with Israel and our aid to the Palestinian Authority. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra Anna.
Thank you. Ms. Neumann has the floor.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, was...
Colleagues, what's happening right now in Israel and Palestine is inconceivable that human beings can do that to each other. Every lost life, every destroyed family, horrible. That's why it is absolutely necessary to have an immediate ceasefire and an unconditional release of hostages and allow for humanitarian aid to arrive there. I think, indeed, pressure has to be exerted on the actors. But what is our role here? This conflict in our countries, in our schools, it's absolutely necessary for us to build bridges, express empathy, feel for others, and understanding and sympathy for those suffering. But as things are, no lives are being saved. As a woman, 102 years of age, a survivor of the Holocaust, she said, there is no Christian blood, there is no Jewish blood, there is no Muslim blood, there is only human blood. And human blood, unfortunately, is flowing far more than it should. Thank you.
We've got a blue card from Uzma Demirel. You are allowed to refuse, so we continue with our debate. Next speaker, Herman Tertsch.
Yes.
Thank you very much. It is a shame that Mr. Borrell is not here, because he would have said that we need to disarm Israel and boycott Israel, and like with the Berlinale this Sunday, which is almost like a mini Kristallnacht. That is what we're seeing on the left. We're seeing Israelophobia and protests that are saying from the river to the sea, and that means that Israel would disappear. These are the protests that the left is encouraging across Europe, and especially, of course, in Spain with members of the government. It's a shame that the EPP agreed to changing this title of the debate, taking out UNRWA. UNRWA, we've known for decades that they have been complicit in acts of terrorism in the Palestinian Authority, Palestinian territories, and they're acting together with Hamas. But there is a key point with the ceasefire. There won't be a ceasefire until they end Hamas, because Hamas puts everything at risk. They need to put an end to Hamas, release all of the hostages, and then we can talk about this ceasefire, which shouldn't be here in this title, and that the EPP, unfortunately, agreed to include in the title. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra Nikolai Willumsen.
Nikolai Willumsen, please.
Gaza katastrofal. Børns.
The situation in Gaza is disastrous. Children are starving. Women are getting caesarean sections without anaesthetic, and schools and civil institutions are being bombed. This is collective punishment, and that is crime, a war crime. The Israeli government is now guilty of being accused of genocide. 30,000 Palestinian civilians have already died. If we don't act now, history will judge us. Netanyahu is not listening to what we have to say, to our concerns. We have to force Netanyahu to respect international law. We must act. Stop export of weapons to Israel. Suspend the association agreement with Israel. Boycott Israeli settlers' products. We need an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and a durable two-state solution so that Israelis and Palestinians can live in peace side by side.
Muito obrigado. Próximo.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Mario Furore.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. High Representative Borrell, in Italy, students are on the streets because they want an end to the war in Gaza. The police has taken action, and there is suppressing of those who are calling out for peace. And I simply want to say that Europe has to unite in the name of peace. It will not work any other way. Europe is at risk of losing its credibility if it doesn't unite and work in a concerted fashion for peace. We see acts which border on genocide, which are essentially genocide. And it's now absolutely important, it's absolutely necessary for sanctions to be levied, for this massacre of Palestinians to come to an end. And nothing has been done by Europe. This all has to be taken before the courts.
Today.
Our next speaker is Hilke Bentele.
Thank you, President. Plenary after plenary, we talk about the Gaza situation, but we're not learning the lessons. We shouldn't stop talking. We should really focus on a stronger foreign policy position of the EU. One thing, the fate of hostages is being forgotten, and I warned about this. The family of around 130 Israeli hostages for months have not had any signs of life of their children and babies. And what are we MEPs doing? What are you doing, Mr. Borrell, if you are listening to this debate, to ensure that these hostages are not being forgotten? This war was caused by this mass murder. We should not allow this to be a success. And there's also the issue of a general attack on the President of the Commission. But unlike Mr. Borrell, Ms. von der Leyen has a huge amount of confidence in the international community. Ursula von der Leyen's decision to focus on values and focusing on Europe's security is the right one. Does Mr. Borrell think that in the Middle East, controversy will actually achieve things rather than policy? No, this is not right. It's good that we have Ursula von der Leyen, who is the face of the EU, and not Mr. Mr. Borrell. Thank you.
Colleague Hildegard, you've got a blue card. You've got a blue card from Evan Inshir. You've got a floor.
Thank you very much, colleagues. And you are totally right. We need to talk about the hostages as we need to talk about all the Israeli hostages, as we need to talk about all the 30,000 innocent Palestinian people, children, women, people that have been deprived their lives. I have, though, one question to our colleague from the EPP. The EPP and the Conservatives and the far right constantly attacks the Palestinian Authority, attacks UNRWA, attacks those actually that in some way are or ensuring to do what they can do to demand a two-state solution and peaceful settlement on this conflict. But where are your evidence when it comes to the accusations toward UNRWA, for example, the 12 UNRWA staff? There are no evidence along with the accusation against the UNRWA staff. Where is the understanding that, for example, the tunnels under the UNRWA headquarters?
Thank you. Thank you very much. The question is well understood. You've got a floor to respond.
I don't know if you listened to my speech. I didn't talk about UNRWA at all. Sorry, then let's talk about what I've said. And the most important thing is that we have a stronger role as the European Union. And sorry, what I have seen in both regards, with regard to the situation in Gaza with the civilians and with regard to the hostages, we are doing not enough, and this is what I'm calling for.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra Alex Haju Saliba.
Colleague Saliba.
Thank you, Chair.
The right of this House is talking nonsense in the face of this genocide. A large proportion of the victims are children. And they're not dying because they've been bombed, but they're dying.
And UNRWA, that is the only association that is given no food. This is a genocide in front of us, and the majority in the European Parliament is washing their hands with these innocent victims. We can see so many people being attacked. We can see hospitals that are destroyed, victims on stretchers and on pavements. Is this humanity that we believe in as members of the European Parliament? We shouldn't accept that the European project should dirty its hands with the blood of other people that are committing this genocide. I'm really ashamed.
Muito obrigado.
Well, thank you very much. Now the floor goes to a colleague, Barry Andrews.
President, Commissioner and colleagues, I want to talk today about evidence. There is sadly widespread evidence of starvation in Gaza, and especially in the north, and especially among children. There is evidence of deliberate obstacles being put in the way of the delivery of humanitarian aid by the Israeli authorities, described yesterday by the UN rapporteur on the right to food as a war crime. By contrast, according to Sigrid Kaag in her presentation to the Foreign Affairs Council here in the EU, there is no evidence whatsoever to back up the claim by Israel that 12 UNRWA staff took part in the horrors of October the 7th. Equally, there is no evidence to support Israel's claim that 10% of UNRWA staff have links to Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad. EU member states have ignored this paradox, and the ECJ has directed that immediate and effective efforts be made to deliver aid. Since that judgment was delivered, aid has fallen by half. So I implore member states to make decisions not based on punitive political considerations but on evidence, and I implore the Commission to disburse in full its commitment to support the unreplaceable and heroic work of UNRWA. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Well, thank you very much. Now the floor goes to colleague Sarturi.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Commissaire.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, members. The bombing in Gaza is leading to despair. You're all talking about the attack on Rafah in the future, but actually it's already happening. They're already bombing the civilians that they displaced. Humanitarian aid is being stopped by Israel, not by Egypt. And we are hesitating to support this aid getting through. We are basically promoting famine. There's less humanitarian aid and more bombing since the ICJ ruling. Now, we have a particular responsibility here because this is the week that the EU is to pay its donation to UNRWA. So the question is whether or not that aid is paid or not. Now, it's not, I don't think, it shouldn't be our role to do that. Mr. von der Leyen needs to commit this week to pay the humanitarian aid because there is no other solution if we want to support the women, the children, the sick and the injured. We have to pay our aid. Will we be up to our historical responsibility? Will we shoulder this responsibility? Nothing else mattered. It's all Sunday speeches and Instagram posts. This is the only thing that matters. Commissioner, can you commit today in front of the Parliament to make this payment?
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Brudzinski.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you very much, President. Nothing justified the suffering of innocent Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, the suffering of children, the elderly, women, people with disabilities. That suffering is something that is being imposed by the military forces of Israel. The military operation has been criminal in nature. However, let's not forget that Hamas attacked Israel, and that was also a criminal act. They kidnapped civilians, made human shields out of them, and that has escalated the conflict. But let me just bring to your attention something that hasn't been mentioned in this discussion. This attack of Hamas on Israel was on the birthday of another criminal, and who is using this conflict to their own political ends, a criminal that revolts the young people on our streets in Europe, and who is trying to play Europe off against the US. That criminal is Mr. Putin.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra Malin Björk.
Thank you very much. Malin Björk now has the floor.
Tack. Det pågår formligen en slakt av kvinnor, barn, civila sedan snart 5 månader tillbaka.
So, children, women are dying. Their blood is flowing. If we don't do anything, if we fail to do anything for them, then we become essentially somehow complicit in these particular activities. We have to say no to what is going on, to what Netanyahu is doing. We have to stop the delivery of arms. We must provide humanitarian aid, and we must provide financing for UNRWA. The Swedish government has ceased paying anything to UNRWA. That's terrible. This is simply something which is causing hunger, suffering, terrible pain. Is something which is not bearable any longer. We must call for people to be helped, to adopt policies which will bring an end to this suffering, that will promote coexistence and peace.
Tenho agora a palavra.
Thank you very much. Our colleague, Madam Pietikäinen, has the floor.
I'm just wondering, how will the history see us, and how will the history judge us with this Gaza crisis? EU is losing very fastly its moral grounds and moral leadership in global scheme. So we are just justifying a genocide in front of us. We justify war crimes because even the war has the rules how to act. We justify an Israeli invasion for a long time before this crisis. How could we close our eyes? And with the UNRWA, as said, there has been claims, but all people and organizations are innocent as long as proven different. And none of these claims so far has been proven to be right. Then what about if we would talk about Ukraine and Russia, like we talk with the Palestinian-Israeli war and crisis? How would that sound? And, dear colleagues, Commission, how would it sound if we would start talking about Palestinian crisis like Ukrainian war?
Muito obrigado. Próximo orador.
Thank you very much. Matthias Nemetz is our next speaker.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dear colleagues, dear Commission Lenarčič. Today's debate on the situation in Gaza will last about an hour. In this time, about 15 people, including 6 children, will be killed in Gaza. At least 35 people will be injured in this time. Approximately 40 Israeli bombs will fall on the already devastated territory of Gaza, about 12 buildings destroyed. This is a horrific image of the life in Gaza every day, every hour for 44 days. The Israeli military is working against international law and is hurting civilians. This is a big problem. The decision of the court in Hague says that Israel needs to ensure humanitarian aid to reach Gaza and that they need to stop murdering civilians. However, nothing is being done about it. Dear colleagues, there is no time to hide from the truth and no time to delay. We need an immediate solution. The war needs to end now and humanitarian aid needs to reach Gaza immediately. The hostages need to be freed and prisoners in Israel need to be freed as well. The EU needs to continue financing UNRWA. I would like to welcome the decision of Slovenia from last week, which decided to continue funding UNRWA further, and I hope other countries will do so as well. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Well, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Maria Soraya Rodriguez Ramos.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, I was on the border with Rafah, and what we heard there and what we saw there was the horrors of a genocide. Then, if that's not the case, then we need to invent a new word to describe what's happening there. But the International Court for Justice has said it's plausible that a genocide is being committed there, and the interim ruling on Israel are binding. Can you say whether the Commission is considering any measures to ensure that Israel complies with the interim rulings of the ICJ? The false accusations on UNRWA are part of the Israeli government's strategy to avoid and to prevent humanitarian aid from reaching Gaza. Commissioner, do you know if there's any proof of the latest accusation by Israel as relating to involvement of UNRWA workers? And Commissioner, could you say whether you confirm that the UNRWA is irreplaceable, and whether the 82 million euros will be dispersed, that should be dispersed? Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra.
Thank you very much. Our colleague D'Amato now takes the floor. What's happening right now on the Gaza Strip is unprecedented. 30,000 dead, civilians, thousands of children, injured tens and tens of thousands, schools destroyed by bombs, hospitals destroyed as well. It's a massacre. And the right of defense of Israel, I think it's gone way beyond that. And the moment has come to understand that what's taking place in the Gaza Strip is a genocide, nothing less than that, a bloodbath. It has to come to an end right now. We need a sustainable peace. The moment has come for that to take place right now. UNRWA has to be active there. Without them, the people cannot survive. Europe has to act right now. History will not pardon this indifference which Europe has up until now expressed. Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Demirel has the floor.
Thank you, President. For years in the EU, we've been saying that we're looking at a two-state solution, but we've done nothing for a sovereign Palestine in the past. Most countries haven't even recognized Palestine. Now, for the last 4 months, we have a brutal war against Gaza. As we speak, death, suffering and destruction are running their course through Gaza. For months, the Netanyahu government has been making unacceptable statements. Palestinians are being compared to animals. Netanyahu said there will never be a sovereign Palestine. That is unacceptable. Double standards in Europe are also unacceptable. Maus Enon is an Israeli who lost both his parents and has appealed in a statement for peace to US and Germany and said, please don't send us weapons, send us peace, because weapons are being used by this government to dehumanize Palestinians, but also to remove our democratic rights. What is our answer? What is Mrs. van der Leyen's answer? It's offering solidarity with the ultra-right government in Israel.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra.
Thank you very much, Madam Šojdrová. Now has the floor.
Děkuji za udělení.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, It has been almost 5 months since Israel was attacked by Hamas, 5 months of violence and thousands of lives lost. We all know that Israel has a right to self-defense against the terrorist attacks by Hamas. Appeals to peace are certainly well placed now, but what is the response by Hamas? When are they going to release unconditionally hostages? Because they took the refugees, nobody else. And it is they who torture those hostages. How long are they going to take all Palestinians as their hostage? The fate of Gaza is done by those who turned Gaza into a fortress of Hamas. And I ask, how long are Palestinian women and children going to have to suffer under the reign of Hamas? The international efforts for peace and for the release of hostages are certainly well in place, but the hatred by Hamas towards Israel is preventing any agreement. Can we expect Israel to give up just like that, give up its defense and be attacked? Israel has responded to violence and to hatred towards Israel. And if you ask the citizens there, and I agree with them, certainly we should provide humanitarian aid, but let's not send money to terrorists. And UNRWA is not the only humanitarian outfit in place. I would like to thank the International Committee of the Red Cross for their assistance. So if humanitarian aid, then only through recognized international organizations. Thank you.
Blue card. I wonder if you want to respond. It comes from Ana Miranda.
Galician. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Muito obrigada. A senhora afirma aqui.
Thank you, thank you. Now, this lady has told us that the problem in Gaza is X, among a series of different things. It is one of the problems. But there is no humanitarian aid going there. That I simply want to remind you of that particular fact. We have to remember the various resolutions of the United Nations. Do you understand that Gaza, the schools there, are funded and provided for by UNRWA? They've been destroyed by Israel. You have to go and visit those particular schools. You have to visit the various institutions in Gaza that have been set up by UNRWA in order to understand what the situation. So this is not something of the, this is something totally unacceptable. We're saying we're speaking about human lives.
Paní kolegyně, vy jste
Colleague, you haven't asked a question, but you've asked me to visit Gaza, and you've named a number of issues. But I called the reason, I have named the reason for those problems. It is because Hamas turned Gaza into a terrorist fortress. It is very sad, but women and children will be shot at by those who want to do away with terrorist violence. I have been to Israel. I know it is a democratic, peace-loving country. They are very close to us, and they have the right for self-defense.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra Maria Arena.
Maria Arenas has the floor.
Thank you very much. The International Court of Justice is taking measures to confine what is being done to protect Gaza, and yet Israel's just mocking what's being done. They're stopping humanitarian aid for the Gazan population. Israel is contravening international law in the eyes of everyone, even when we're talking about the risk of genocide. And the European Union watches, or worse, some member states and some members of this House are ready to stop the funding, the only organisation which is trying to stop this genocide on the ground, UNRWA. Have we lost our minimum level of empathy and humanity in Europe? I wonder. This isn't an ideological debate. We're talking about thousands of people, women and children, who are dying of hunger, dying of cold, being operated on without anaesthetics. Have we lost our humanity? I put that question to you. It's time for the Commission to act. It's time to finance UNRWA, to in fact bolster UNRWA, to give them more resources. It is time to act so that this ceasefire comes about. It's time to act to send a message to Israel vis-à-vis the association agreement and say, no, we are not prepared to accept anything and everything. There is time to act before it's too late.
Muito obrigado. Tenho a palavra, Salima.
Thank you very much. Salima Yembo has the floor.
Monsieur le Commissaire. Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. After 4 months, we're talking about the same thing again. Thousands of hostages, almost 30,000 Palestinians dead, many of which women and children, millions of Gazawis who have disappeared, and many displaced persons. 300,000 Palestinians are suffering of malnutrition, and there could be mass famine. It is urgent to agree on a ceasefire. I think there is a majority backing this. We need humanitarian aid to get to its destination and to release hostages. We need to oppose ourselves to a ground offensive in Rafah because this would lead to unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe. In eastern Jerusalem, the Israeli authorities have razed houses to the ground. This violates international law, increasing the risk of regional escalation. We have to make sure that we don't have everything exploding in the region, especially with what's happening in the Red Sea and the threat to Egypt. We have to make sure that we look at the legitimate aspirations of Palestinians and Israeli security, and we need a two-state solution. We have to start working on this. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Ana Miranda is the next speaker.
Comisario, dígale al señor Borrell que precisamos más.
Commissioner, please tell Mr. Borrell that we need more international pressure on Israel to stop this genocide and to stop things getting even worse in Gaza. Recently, I was at the Rafah border crossing between Egypt and Gaza with other MEPs. Among ambulances and tanks, you can see the blockage of the border. More than 2,000 trucks with humanitarian aid waiting to go across when 1 in 6 children are suffering from malnutrition in Gaza. It's immoral that you'd have trucks like this. Look at this. Trucks waiting at the border when you have children dying of malnutrition.
Any signs cannot be shown.
Vimos el centro logístico.
We saw the Red Crescent Humanitarian Center, where there's aid coming from 21 international agencies, 40 countries, food, medicines, etc., shelter, all blocked at the border. After seeing Palestinian children in Al Arish Hospital, I am really speechless. All of the agencies say that the situation is about to collapse because of the speaker's cut off.
Intervention. Thank you very much. Next speaker, Señor Urbán Crespo, por favor.
Gracias, President. Thank you very much, Madam President. Genocide, occupation, ethnic cleansing. Israel is organizing a new Nakba with the complicity of European governments. Yesterday, I came back from the Rafah crossing. Just a few meters away, there were people crowding the area. There should be trucks, so many trucks going through, but only 5 are allowed through every day when they need 600. Israel is using hunger as a weapon of war. We have to put an end to this complicity. We need to take specific action to put an end to these barbaric acts. You know, Commissioner, that we need to have an arms embargo and to suspend the association association agreement with Israel. What are we waiting for? Do you want this genocide to go further? Commissioner, also, what will the European Commission do when it comes to UNRWA funding? Will it disperse what is necessary, or will it contribute to be seen as criminals, as Israel wants it to do? Now, history is staring at us and time is running out.
Speaker, colleague Mr. Kanev, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, any normal person can clearly see the horror in Gaza and in Ukraine. Everybody wants to flee the horrors of the Middle East. But in the framework of this debate, nobody has mentioned how this is meant to be done. And we have to admit that we don't have an answer to how this should be done. Each clique has its own horrific logic of hate. But there's an obvious step that can lead to peace, and that's dependent on the aggressor themselves. And that is a step that hasn't been taken. Those who started the war in Ukraine, those who started the war in Gaza, the political organization of Hamas, they do not recognize the right of their opponents to exist. Putin won't recognize Ukraine and Ukrainians, and Hamas refuses to accept the right of Israel to exist. And there's a mantra from the river to the sea, which is being reiterated in the universities of the West. So when it comes to the recognition of the right to life, that is something that would apply to the citizens of Ukraine and Israel too.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, colleague Sánchez Amor, por favor.
Gracias, Presidenta, Comisario.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner. Israel's the scale and our lack of proportion in the military response shows that it's just impunity. It's totally unreasonable. Israel's method has killed 30,000 people to neutralize, that's the word they use, neutralize 6,000 terrorists. They've killed 5 civilians for every terrorist. In other words, if a terrorist kidnaps 6 people in a European city, a lot of people might say, well, we should kill the lot of them. That appears to be ethically acceptable in this case. But, of course, I'm giving you an example of European women and children. But, of course, Palestinian women and children is different. This is a rotten matter ethically.
Intervelt, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every person has the right to life, liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Palestinian people no less than Israelis. And that is the principle that we should all defend, including the right which is now absent. Europe is an ally of Israel, but that does not mean unconditional support to a far-right government. Because what we see today is not self-defense but vengeance. And for some, even the stated objective of ethnic cleansing. Removing aid from the Palestinian people at this point is a certain and horrible death. Funds for UNRWA have been withdrawn on the basis of allegations which have not been proven. But even if they were, punishing innocent people cannot possibly be just. Thousands of children killed, maimed, traumatized. How can that be just and proportional? An allegation of atrocities committed by Israeli forces have not led to withdrawal of support to Israel, including the continued arms supply. Resuming funding for UNRWA, immediate and permanent ceasefire, the return of the hostages and a two-state solution are the only way out of this horror. The only way. Thank you.
Mrs. Intervelt, will you accept a blue card from colleague Mrs. Melchior? Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Ms. Intveld. You mentioned the right-wing government of Israel, led by Netanyahu, has been in power in Israel for many years. What has the EU failed to do to actually apply pressure to different Israeli governments that have failed to support a two-state solution? What should we be doing now to actually ensure that we find not only a ceasefire, but a permanent peace for both Israel and Palestine? Thank you.
Well, where to start? First of all, we haven't seen much action from the side of the European Union, probably none, in order to, let's say, rein in the extreme actions of the government. I have seen no action or hardly any action to support, to aim for a two-state solution. I mean, virtually nothing has been done. And at the moment, there is support for the two-state solution and the Palestinians, but it's all very, very limited. Some member states have actually withdrawn their support for UNRWA. That's why we're here today. I mean, the first steps haven't even been taken. So it's about time that we do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to give the floor to my colleague, Mr. Kelly, please.
I have emphasised at every juncture that the attacks launched by Hamas against Israel on the 7th of October were reprehensible. The vast death toll of civilians, many of whom are children, the extensive destruction of property and infrastructure, and the displacement of 2 million people far exceed what could be considered Israel's right to defend itself. The Irish government, and indeed Irish MEPs, have repeatedly called for a ceasefire, but day by day we see the horrors continue. Where does this all end? Whatever post-conflict Gaza looks like, the EU should be united in calling for the Palestinian people to have a voice and a vote in what that looks like through a revitalised Palestinian Authority. Otherwise, extremists will fill the void. Until now, we have seen no plans for what happens next, but Netanyahu's government has now rejected any internationally imposed solution, including the prospect of the recognition of a Palestinian state. Plans to build thousands of new settlement homes in the West Bank fly directly in the face of the two-state solution. How can we, as an EU institution that supports the two-state solution, not point out this glaring hypocrisy? Palestinians have the right to life, not just to live, but a life. Let's give it to them.
Thank you. Next colleague, Mrs. Yoncheva, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen. The conflict in the Gaza Strip is something where we would like to see respect of all parties involved, but recent developments have only made sufferances worse. Innocent people caught in the crossfire. We should recognise the legitimate rights of both Israelis and Palestinians, Palestinians and Israelis, to live in peace and security, and I applaud the efforts of Vice President Mr. Borrell for trying to resolve this complex issue. His commitment is very important, and as is international cooperation to try and resolve this ongoing and long-term conflict. But his commitment is not everything we need. We need more than that. We need to see that the two-state solution is the way to go. Europe needs to take the initiative to revitalise the initiative to push for the two-state solution, and we have to establish a roadmap and start to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next colleague, Mrs. Malinko. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President, and thank you very much, Commissioner Lenarik, for being here for this important debate. We've spoken a lot of words about this conflict for years. Now we must stop just speaking and actually show some action. Ahmed al-Ghafari lost 103 family members in a military attack hitting 2 of his family's houses. Hind Rajab, a 6-year-old girl, was killed when she was trying to shelter in a car being attacked by Israeli military. We need to stop this conflict. We need a ceasefire right this moment in order to save human lives. This is a humanitarian crisis that is caused by war, which is why the ceasefire is so urgent. But once we have the ceasefire, we need to apply the necessary pressure to Netanyahu. Netanyahu, I am afraid, will try and continue this conflict in order to stay out of prison. Because as long as he's Prime Minister, he can stay out of prison. And we may not allow this to happen. We must have a two-state solution as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Mr. Sokol, please.
Dear Madam Chair, Commissioner, dear colleagues, in our resolution, the European Parliament was clear about the situation in Gaza. It demanded a lasting ceasefire under the condition that all hostages are released and that the Hamas, the terrorist organization, is disbanded. It is clear that there is no safety of Israel without a complete destruction of Hamas. In the Hamas documents, they still invite to killing Jews wherever they are. In other words, Hamas must disappear, together with all those that support it. Unfortunately, many on the left still try to put the sign of equation between Israel and Hamas and the crimes committed. Hamas terrorists are still perfidiously hiding behind women and children. They use them as a human shield, contrary to any laws of war and international humanitarian law. It is no longer just a problem of Israel. It is a factor of instability. And in Europe, in the heart of our cities, many people spread anti-Semitism. We must stop equating the actions of Hamas and stop relativizing their crimes in Europe.
Mr. Zorinho, please.
Senhora Presidente, dirijo-me a si felicitando pelas posições.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to congratulate the High Representative for the very lucid positions that is adopted on the ongoing crisis in Gaza. I would condemn what's happening in the field. Israel's legitimate right to defense cannot override Article 2 of the agreement between the EU and Israel. I trust that we'll make progress. But let's be clear here. A ceasefire alone will not solve the problem. It's essential that in parallel with that, we have the necessary investigation into inappropriate behaviour by some UNRWA staff, and that we strengthen the monitoring system so that UNRWA can continue to have adequate funding and support to guarantee its irreplaceable humanitarian work in Gaza. Thank you.
Mr. Georgios, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Netanyahu is not only bulldozing Gaza, but also our strategic interests. He is splitting the Democratic Party in the United States, increasing the chances of Trump being re-elected. And with Trump in the White House once again, NATO's cohesion will be jeopardized. The more victims in Gaza, the more this is playing into the hands of Putin from many points of view, including war crimes. He is destroying Ukraine, and we are destroying Gaza, and we are remaining indifferent. In the global south, there's rejection of Netanyahu, and they feel that European governments are tolerating him, and therefore the rift between the European Union and the global south is getting bigger and bigger. With Netanyahu's policy, the conflict will extend into time, and this is particularly negative for us. We have to react to the policies of Netanyahu, not only because he's corrupt and unethical, but also because he's causing us significant harm.
Mrs. Walsh, the floor is yours, please.
Over 30,000 lives have been lost over the last 143 days. The citizens of our European Union have spoken continuously, sharing their activism on the streets, speaking out on their social media platforms and leading. And they've been looking for you and I, their political leaders, particularly in the Commission and Council, in the European Union, to lead them. And what are we doing? The consistent and brutal violation of fundamental rights needs to end, and it's obvious to us all that the violence will not end without USA, EU and UK intervention. In the name of the Palestinian women and children killed, we demand a permanent ceasefire. In the name of the Palestinian women and children killed, we demand immediate humanitarian assistance, in particular food and medical supplies. In the name of the Palestinian women and children, I re-echo the Irish Government's call to immediately review, may I add, end the EU-Israel Association Agreement. We are witnessing a genocide. We must lead with our hearts, our humanity and...
Thank you very much. Next speaker, colleague, Señor López, por favor.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Over the last 4 months, there have been more murders of journalists and medical staff of the United Nations in the Gaza Strip than at any other conflict in the past. The devastation of the Gaza Strip is total. 25,000 people killed, 1% of the total population. Access to basic services for all of the civilian population has been cut off. Not only that, but now hunger is being used as a weapon of war. 500,000 of citizens of Gaza live in a situation of serious malnutrition. In the face of this totally unacceptable and mind-blowing panorama, we demand an immediate ceasefire, the liberation of hostages, the fulfillment of the measures laid down by the International Court, including stopping export of weapons to Israel, and the imposition of a true political two-state solution, which is going to be the only viable solution in the region.
Next speaker, colleague Mr. Groschel.
Spoštovane kolegice in kolegi, tragedija, ki smo jo priča v Gazi,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're witnessing a tragedy in Gaza, and there's no military solution that's going to help. Certainly not for the Palestinians and not for the Israelis either. Given all the suffering, it is time to find a solution. We should have a ceasefire that's brought into force, and we need to provide help and aid to Gaza. And we have to restart international negotiations to try and apply the principle of the two-state solution according to the 1967 borders. That means there needs to be a change on both sides. There has to be a stop to the occupied territories and building of settlements, and the Palestinians have to leave violence behind. We cannot allow Iran to help out in this way. It's certainly not going to help the Palestinians in the longer term, not the region. And I think we should have faith in political application.
Moretti, the floor is yours.
Sono state uccise più di...
More than 30,000 people have been killed in the Gaza Strip since October. We have said many times that Israel has a right to defend itself, but that cannot be tantamount to vendetta, siege, and international law, humanitarian law breaches. This cannot become a genocide because even war has its rules, and the Netanyahu government has trampled on all of them. We have to ask for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire that will allow civilians to get humanitarian assistance and that will lead to the release of the hostages in the hands of Hamas. we have seen people take to the streets, but there has been violence and truncheons used against this. And this shows what the right-wing governments are doing, including Netanyahu's government. Instead of peace talks, they have been promoting hatred and intolerance. We have to have democracy and freedom, and we have to protect our values and make sure that we promote them in the world as a beacon of civilization. Thank you.
Next speaker, colleague Mr. Miller. The floor is yours, please.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Panie Komisarzu, koleżanki.
Madam President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot wait until the Israelis and Palestinians meet for bilateral peace negotiations. We can't just expect that to happen without very strong support from international institutions, hence the responsibility that weighs on our shoulders. The European Union and other institutions have a role to play in this. The International Court of Justice has laid down a ruling to the effect that Israel should take all possible steps to prevent genocide. There is reference to a possible genocide. Therefore, the responsibility on the European Union is extremely great. Preventing genocide and bringing about a two-state solution, which is the only acceptable one. Thank you.
Señor Luena, por favor.
Yo creo que este debate nos
I think that this debate will help us draw some clear conclusions. We have to demand the following: the release of hostages, and we have to make sure that humanitarian aid can go through and that UNRWA also can go through, and we have to ask for an immediate ceasefire. I think that we can, Commissioner, we can draw these three conclusions from the debate, but there are also three more key ideas. First of all, we have to review the association agreement with Israel. And if we decide to suspend the agreement, we can even adopt sanctions. So please read the letter sent to you by the Spanish and Irish governments very carefully. Settlers, we have to impose sanctions on radical attitudes. And then what is the crux of the matter? It's the illegal occupation of Palestinian territories. If we really want to get to the bottom of this, this is where it all stems from. We have an apartheid system in Palestine. So I think that the EU has to strive for a two-state solution. This is the only option open to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, colleague Mrs. Olsen. The floor is yours.
The
humanitarian situation in Gaza is disgraceful. People are starving and they're being forced to eat animal feed and weeds to survive. More than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, 12,300 children and 8,400 women. More than 70,000 people have been injured and 7,000 people are still missing. The number of civilian victims in Gaza, with a very large proportion of children, is completely unacceptable. Hamas's horrific terror attacks on the 17th of October led to Israel's disproportionate military response, and now Israel's being accused of the worst crime against humanity, of genocide. Respect for international humanitarian law is absolutely necessary. It is non-negotiable. This is the message that the EU has put to Israel again and again, and Hamas must unconditionally release the hostages. What we need now is an immediate and permanent ceasefire. The occupation that Israel's carried out has to be put a stop to, and the two-state solution is absolutely essential for long-term peace in the region.
Thank you. Next, I have 8 speakers on the KHDI list. So I will start with Mr. Zver. The floor is yours.
Hvala za besedo, spoštovana gospa predsedujoča.
Thank you very much. I would also like to echo those colleagues who are asking where the High Representative is. Where is Mr. Borrell? I've said on several occasions that I condemn the Hamas attacks against Israel, and I'm going to repeat this here today. I think that we have to focus on Israel's right to self-defense, but there is something else that is at stake, and that is UNRWA. UNRWA personnel took part in the attacks against Israel. So I am one of those who believes that we cannot continue funding UNRWA until there is a proper investigation and it reaches its conclusions. We have to make sure that this agency doesn't have ties to Hamas and that it becomes independent. And it's only when it becomes truly independent that we can do this. And the Slovenian government made a mistake, to my mind. It already provided the funding for 2024 to this UN agency. It did so too hastily. So let's shed light on what is happening in UNRWA and let's fund it only after that. Otherwise, another agency should take responsibility.
Spoštovani komisar, kolegice in kolegi. Pred natanko mesec dni je Meddržavno sodišče.
Thank you very much. Now, in the South Africa versus Israel case, the ICJ said that Israel had to adopt immediate provisional measures, and it had to also ensure that the forces didn't carry out a genocide against the Palestinians, and yet we have collective reprisals against Palestinian civilians, including children, and it is preparing for a ground offensive in Rafah. This is disproportionate. It would be a war crime and tantamount to genocide. Those who back Israel are also responsible for these crimes, and this applies to many governments who suspended funding to UNRWA, paralyzing humanitarian aid. And that is why today we are at a crossroads in history. And the EU cannot continue as a peace project without respecting international law fully and without providing humanitarian aid to Palestine.
Speaker, colleague Mr. Kelleher, the floor is yours.
There's calls in this House for funding to be suspended from UNRWA. And there's proof that maybe up to 5 people were some way complicit with the attacks on the 7th of October. Yet the Israeli Defence Forces and its government are in Gaza at the moment pillaging and plundering and murdering people, according to the International Court of Justice, according to international law, and according to a humanitarian law and just a basic human decency. And yet we have people in this House calling for funding to be cut from UNRWA that is supporting and maintaining the lives of ordinary citizens in Gaza. And at the same time, we have a trade association with Israel with favourable conditions, and nobody is questioning whether or not we should maintain that link. It is shameful that this House cannot even condemn what is happening, and then we go along and, with spite, call for the withdrawal of funding from UNRWA. We sincerely owe an awful lot more to the people of Gaza, and I hope that everybody in this chamber will support the reintroduction of funding to UNRWA so that children and those that are most vulnerable in Gaza at the moment have the basic access to humanitarian aid.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, colleague Mr. Botenga. The floor is yours.
J'ai tellement peur. I'm so scared. Please come and get me. Come and get me. Are you going to come and get me? On the telephone, a little 6-year-old Palestinian girl talking to the emergency services is terrified. In the car with a family fleeing the Israeli bombs, they crossed an Israeli tank. Her uncle was sidelined, stood in the way, but the tank fired anyway. So they're stuck in the car in the middle of the bodies of her family that had been killed. Then the call was interrupted and her body was found only a few days later. I will never forget that voice of Hint on the telephone. Her death shows in and of itself the genocidal character of the war that Israel is pursuing. And I won't ever forget either that this House, this European Union, has not called for a cease to the export of war and weapons to this area. That is shameful in itself.
Yes. Formand, og jeg vil sige, det har været en rigtig god debat i dag, hvor så...
Thank you. This was a very fruitful debate. Many have maintained the idea that the massacre in Gaza has to come to an end and that we need a two-state solution. But there is something shameful, and that is that we've heard words said about the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, that is asking for aid for Gaza and is asking for a ceasefire. It's crystal clear what we need to do. It seems that this ruling is seen as just one little point in the debate. This is a very important international law binding instrument. We're talking about a huge threat. It's a huge threat and danger if we ignore the ICJ and its ruling. We have to make sure that we're not seen as hypocrites by the rest of the world. We have to take the ICJ seriously. So the EU and the member states have to respect the ruling, and my member state is not respecting it. 30,000 people have been killed, including 13,000 children, and many have not had any humanitarian aid for 30 days, according to UNRWA. The tragic death toll and results of the Israeli attacks in Gaza. We're talking about a siege, and now there might be a ground offensive in Rafah. And then look at what's happening in Lebanon. They're spreading war there. For more than 140 days of this genocide, the European Union, member state governments, and the European Parliament are disgracefully supporting the murderous state of Israel. And they are avoiding mention of ceasefire with the UK and NATO. They're preparing a military offensive in the Red Sea, which means that this could all become a powder keg. Greece is also coordinating this with New Democracy, PASOK, and other parties. But the people are supporting the Palestinians so we can stop the onslaught. Israeli occupation has to come to an end. We need an independent state. We need 1967 borders and Jerusalem as a capital.
Mr. Wallace, please.
President, over 12,000 Gazan children murdered in a few months. UNICEF warns the Gaza Strip is about to see an explosion in preventable child deaths that will compound the already unbearable level of child deaths in Gaza. We have been warning for weeks that the Gaza Strip is on the brink of a nutrition crisis. Food deliveries are drastically inadequate. UN experts said last week that Palestinian women and girls continue to be raped, tortured and executed by the Israeli military in the occupied West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Women and children are being arbitrarily executed by the IDF. The Israelis are brazenly ignoring the binding ICJ court orders to halt the threat of genocide against the people of Gaza. Israel is failing to comply with its obligations under the Genocide Convention, and yesterday the EPP won a vote to take the reference to the ICJ ruling off the agenda. The European Parliament is engaging in genocidal denial. We are watching the total destruction of place designed to obliterate past, present and future for Palestinians. This is pure evil and a genocide.
Next speaker, Mrs. Daly, please.
Thanks, President. On the 26th of January, the International Court of Justice ruled that there is a plausible risk of genocide in Gaza. It ordered Israel to stop killing civilians. Israel continued. So the legal obligations on EU member states are very clear. The Genocide Conventions require states to avoid complicity. The EU common position on arms exports bans exporting arms where there is a clear risk they will be used to violate international law, and the UN has warned that such transfers must cease. Yet France dissembles, hiding behind secrecy and Israeli assurances, while Germany has increased its exports tenfold last year, 90% since October 7th. Ireland doesn't even ask Butcher Biden what's coming through Shannon Airport from the US on the way to the Middle East. What sort of people are ye? In 1982, arch-conservative pro-Israelis Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan stopped arms to Israel during a war. But in 2024, European Greens, Social Democrats and Liberals are arming a genocide. Shame on ye. International law and humanity requires lethal arms to Israel. Must stop now.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Mr. Pimenta Lopez, please.
Thank you, Madam President. The EU's institutions are still sitting on their hands, speaking rhetorically, despite what's happening in Gaza. This is complicity and cynicism. A case was brought at the ICJ about the risk of genocide, more than 6,000 women and children, the destruction of all of the essential infrastructure, the imposition of a criminal blockage on the border, preventing essential humanitarian aid from getting through to the Gaza Strip, more than 2 million displaced persons, malnutrition, suffering, death. We appreciate the 88 members who have supported a reinforcement of UNRWA. It's very important that UNRWA should be strengthened. The rest are complicit in this genocide against the Palestinian people. The Commissioner spoke of more than 65,000 dead, while scores of aid trucks are queuing at Rafah. What are we waiting for to strengthen support for UNRWA and to demand a permanent ceasefire and to recognise the state of Palestine? What are we waiting for?
Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor back to Commissioner Lenarčič. The floor is yours.
Madam President, honourable members, thank you for this important debate. A few comments and some facts from my side. After the ICJ, International Court of Justice, issued its orders back on 26th of January, the European Commission and the High Representative issued immediately a joint statement stating that, I quote, orders of the ICJ are binding on the parties and they must comply with them. And the EU expects their full, immediate and effective implementation. I think it cannot get any clearer than that. Now let's look at those orders, but let's say one of them just for illustration. There was this order that was already mentioned by some of the members, order to Israel to take immediate and effective measures, to enable the provision of urgently needed basic services and humanitarian assistance to address the adverse conditions of life faced by Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. End of quote. Well, if anything, now, today, 1 month later, these adverse conditions of life are even more adverse than they were at the time of these orders. Pockets of famine have appeared in Gaza. Hunger is so prevalent and people are so desperate that orderly distribution of humanitarian aid in northern Gaza, for instance, is no longer possible. And some of our partners already stopped the provision of food to northern Gaza. Attacks on United Nations and on humanitarian workers in general continue. There have been so far 161 UN staff killed since 7th of October. There have been 378 attacks on healthcare, including 98 attacks on ambulances. These are quite unprecedented numbers. We also note the extensive denials of access for humanitarian missions into Gaza. We also note the increasing difficulties that UN humanitarian workers face in obtaining visas and other permits. Access to Gaza definitely is worse this month, February, than it was in December or January. Much fewer trucks have been getting through this month. So yeah, there is an urgent need for the end to fighting. And this is what 26 member states have called for. Because this would allow for a massive surge of humanitarian aid into Gaza and throughout it. And let me recall that the last and so far the only humanitarian pause was agreed back in November last year. The EU is not sitting on its hands. The EU is doing all it can. The EU has allocated more than 200 million euros for humanitarian aid since 7th of October. And we are now in the process of rolling out our 125 million euro heavy humanitarian funding for this year, for Gaza and occupied Palestinian territories in general. We also continue our in-kind support. By now, we have organized 40 flights of EU humanitarian air bridge, bringing 1,700 tons of in-kind assistance for the Palestinians in Gaza. We have been all along in touch with our Israeli counterparts, advocating the respect for international humanitarian law, calling for protection of civilians, calling for respect of some of the fundamental principles of international humanitarian law, like the principle of proportionality and distinction between combatants and civilians. We have been calling for opening of additional crossing points, and so on, and so on. My next point is about UNRWA. No, we have not received any evidence supporting the allegations by Israel that UNRWA staff were involved in the terrible events on 7th of October. And to our knowledge, none of the donors, other donors, have received any evidence. But at any rate, as I said in my introduction, there has to be, at the end of the day, individual accountability for any violation of the principle of neutrality of UNRWA. And there must not be collective punishment. This is not the answer. And yes, UNRWA is irreplaceable. Who's saying that? Let me tell you who is saying that. All other UN agencies, active and present in the Gaza Strip, are saying that to us. The International Committee of Red Cross is saying that to us. The entire International Red Cross and Red Crescent family is saying that to us. And so do the international non-governmental organizations who are present in the Gaza Strip in these very difficult circumstances. All of them are telling us, no, we cannot possibly take over the role of UNRWA. All of them. Now, how to go ahead? Certainly we support the investigations that has been launched by UN Office for Internal Oversight Services. We support the launch of the independent review group led by former French Foreign Minister Catherine Colonna. We will follow very closely. We will expect full transparency on part of the UNRWA, and we will act accordingly. But let me recall again our statement, the Commission statement of the 29th January, in which we stated very clearly the EU humanitarian aid will continue unabated. Finally, in closing, I wish to repeat that we need to define credible prospects for peace in the Middle East. We must relaunch a political process for a two-state solution. And that is the only solution that can bring sustainable peace and security to the region. As I said in my introduction, military solution does not exist. We have developed ideas to advance the objective of this two-state solution based on the Peace Day effort and on the support by the EU and others for holding an international peace conference soon. Because of the work we did prior to 7th of October, we are now in a good central place to take this work further. We are in close contacts with our partners, including Arab states, to work together to that end. And even when one or more of the parties are not yet ready, we have to prepare. We have to prepare the substance of a peace deal. We have to elaborate not only how we would support peace, but also what could be a concrete, time-bound framework for the peace between Israel and Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. So the debate is closed. I have a short announcement before we continue the debate. Pursuant to Rule 241(4) of the Rules of Procedure, I would like to inform you that there was no request to put to the vote the corrigendum from the ITRE committee announced in plenary yesterday at the opening of the sitting. The corrigendum is therefore deemed to have been approved. And we can move to the next point, that is the report by Mr. Sanchez Amor, Human Rights and Democracy in the World and the European Union's Policy on the Matter, Annual Report 2023. And it's my pleasure to give immediately the floor to the rapporteur, Señor Sánchez Amor, por favor.
Gracias, Presidenta. Como era desgraciadamente...
Thank you, Madam President. As was unfortunately to be expected, this year's report on human rights reflects the appalling situation on human rights in the world. So perhaps it's worthwhile having a political reflection on what the framework is, what is leading through to this terrible situation. And the fact that a person, by virtue of being a person, has a whole series of inalienable rights is a great step forward in history. It took 30 centuries of history to reach that situation whereby people have rights. Nonetheless, this framework, which has been questioned, but this framework is finding itself opposed now with an opposite framework, and human rights and their legitimacy are being questioned by many regimes on various bases, but often they say that this notion of universal human rights is a matter of Western hegemony or neo-colonial strategy. There are a number of parts of the world that engage in that sort of discourse, and this covers all areas of international relations. And so, if I may say so, it's a kind of cultural war, because there are two totally opposed camps here, the democracies and the totalitarian structures. I think we should have had a stronger, more challenging, more vigorous position on the part of the democracies reaffirming these human rights. These are some of the notions that underpin this report. We have to work in favour of civil society, and we have to defend the defenders of human rights. And they work in many very hostile environments. We have to work with international cooperation, and we need to, when it comes to our external policy and our international relations, we in the EU need to be firmly attached to human rights. The promotion of human rights and democracy in the world are not an option. They are a legal obligation arising from the treaties. incumbent upon all of the institutions, and when I say all of the institutions, and when I say all institutions, I mean those of us that are on this side of Rue Belliard. When you cross Rue Belliard, sometimes it seems that realpolitik is what's prevailing. When it comes to attitude to human rights in the world. But something similar is happening not just on the other side of Belliard from the Council, but also in the Parliament. Certain voices have tried to ensure that human rights get stuck on the agenda at the end of a Thursday afternoon and have often not even taken part in the debates. And the Security and Defence Committee has tried to step on the competencies of the Human Rights Committee. And there have been efforts to put a spoke in the wheels of NGOs' work in this institution on the basis of the excuse of Qatar Gate. And even, please allow me to say this, the fact that this human rights report is one of AFET's report, but it's being discussed today, and the one on the Common Foreign and Security Policy is being discussed in a different format here tomorrow. I want to thank my co-rapporteur. This has been a very gratifying job of work, but unfortunately the panorama we paint of human rights in the world is really appalling.
For the Vice President of the Commission, High Representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, I would like to give the floor to Commissioner Lenarčič. The floor is yours, please.
Madam President, honourable members, I wish to thank the rapporteur Sanchez Amor and also other members who have contributed to this report on human rights and democracy. As it states in this report, the human rights situation is worsening across the world. We all have received the news of the death of Alexei Navalny in Russia with consternation. And today, the EU continues working to address many other human rights abuses and humanitarian law violations in countries worldwide. Your report includes a long list of countries and cases from China to Belarus, from Afghanistan to Nicaragua, and so on. We just spoke under the previous item on the Israel-Gaza war. What is clear is that all cases deserve our full attention, and there should be no hierarchy of victims. At the same time, democratic backsliding continues, from the military coup in the Sahel region to the unsuccessful attempts to thwart the democratic transition of power in Guatemala. Alternative narratives try to change universally agreed human rights law and challenge the international order. The UN and his Secretary General have the full support of the European Union. We are leading the necessary reforms, building alliances with partners across continents, and in particular, we are ensuring a better involvement of the global South. Honourable members, the European Union cannot impose radical changes on third countries. What we can do is keep all possible channels of communication open with the different parties and continue to develop our toolbox and instruments in support of human rights and democracy. The EU Action Plan on Human Rights and Democracy has been reinforced financially through the Global Europe Human Rights and Democracy Programme with €1.5 billion for 2021 to 2027. Last December, the 25th EU NGO Forum gathered 250 human rights defenders worldwide on youth as actors of change for human rights. It also commemorated the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and reaffirmed the EU's commitment to uphold and advance human rights. At the very first Council of Foreign Affairs in the mandate of the High Representative, he proposed the creation of an EU human rights sanctions regime to hold those responsible for gross violations of human rights accountable. With the political support from this Parliament, it was swiftly approved. Since 2020, the EU has used this sanctions regime to impose restrictive measures against perpetrators around the world, including in China, in Russia, in Libya, South Sudan, and Eritrea, and also against the Wagner Group. And last week, the EU adopted a 13th package of sanctions against Russia, against its political leadership and authorities, and we decided to rename the global human rights sanctions regime after Alexei Navalny. Fighting impunity remains one of our priorities. Last December, we signed a 4-year, €20 million project, the Global Initiative to Fight Against Impunity for International Crimes. This will complement our ongoing support to the International Criminal Court. Honourable members, we could not succeed in any of this without human rights defenders. Since 2015, the EU Human Rights Defenders Protection Mechanism has supported 66,000 human rights defenders and their families. And you can rest assured that we will continue doing so wherever defenders are in urgent need. Electoral observers also deserve a particular mention as human rights defenders. And also in the name of the High Representative, I wish to thank each and every member of this Parliament who participated in the EU election observation missions and carried the EU flag across the world in defense of democracy. In 2023, the EU continued its efforts to help improve electoral processes throughout the world through our electoral observation missions. Although these have to operate in increasingly challenging contexts, they continue to be a bulwark against democratic backsliding, as demonstrated, for instance, by our mission to Guatemala. This mission played an important role to preserve the results of the elections and allow for an orderly transfer of power to the newly elected president. For their efforts and professionalism, the EU mission to Guatemala received the Wilson Center Award. The EU and this Parliament should be proud of this. Dear members, the case of Guatemala indeed is worth a particular mention. Last week, we had the honor and pleasure to receive the newly elected president of Guatemala, Bernardo Arévalo. He acknowledged the decisive role played by the EU in upholding a democratic electoral process and in ensuring respect for the electoral results. At the same time, the European Union has imposed sanctions on those individuals who attempted to undermine the peaceful transition of power in Guatemala, holding them accountable. This is one more clear example of what we can achieve as the European Union when we act together with one voice and combine our different EU foreign policy tools in a principled and coherent manner. There is much more work to do. Your report includes a long list of countries and challenges to address. Time does not allow me to go through them all, but you can rest assured that we will take a very good note of your report as well as of your suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the group of European People's Party, I would like to give the floor to my colleague, Señor López Gil. The floor is yours. Por favor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The violation of human rights around the world is alarming. The Democracy Index in 2023 of The Economist says there's been a lot of backsliding since 2006. This report highlights the fact that only 8% of the world population works in fully fledged democracies. 59 countries with almost 40% of the world's population lives in autocracies that curtail human rights. The declining human rights situation goes hand in hand with an increase in global and internal conflicts. We have the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, for example, and, of course, the unjustified Russian war in Ukraine. What they both have in common is the huge impact on civilians, especially women, the elderly, and children. When it comes to the latter, let me say that they see their future completely destroyed. They don't see any opportunities against the backdrop of these traumatic circumstances. I would like to wrap up by talking about an area that is very close to my heart, and that is Latin America. The democratic indices have been undermined greatly over the last few years. We have had more autocracies, and that has been reflected in the fact that democratic guarantees have been eroded. There is no rule of law, and the judiciary or different judiciaries are no longer independent. We're talking about a social situation that has meant that Latin America, one of the most prosperous in the world, has very high levels of poverty, hunger, and migration. In the European Parliament, we are closely following the situation with our human rights and democracy annual reports in order to respond to these events, to make sure that we come up with policies that rise to the occasion. I hope that we'll be able to deliver. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. On behalf of the group of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats in the European Parliament, now I would like to give the floor to a colleague, Mrs. Santos, please.
2023 foi
2023 was the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and by coincidence, our consistency and commitment to the principles enshrined in that was brought into question. The war in Ukraine and increased violence in the Middle East have really attacked the principles enshrined, as I say, in that declaration, and have been the most serious test of these values for many years now. Autocratic regimes have progressed in many parts of the world, and this has threatened the unity and indivisibility of the rights that are contained in the Declaration of Human Rights. This report, and I want to congratulate my colleague Ignacio Sanchez-Amor for the work that he's done, this report is particularly significant at this stage. At this stage, perhaps more than ever before, we should be asking ourselves what we should be doing and take seriously our goals in this area. We want to give full effect to the instruments which we have at our disposal, with greater transparency with regard to the provisions on human rights in our financial agreements. And we need to ensure that human rights clauses are fully and consistently applied in the framework of all of our agreements with third countries. In the event of persistent violation of human rights by countries that are partners of the European Union, the Union should be acting decisively and quickly, and not in the fashion which it has behaved vis-à-vis Israel, because otherwise we will be opening the way to the EU becoming irrelevant, and that is not the way we wish to go.
Of the Renew Europe Group, Madame Yembou, s'il vous plaît.
Madame la Présidente, Madam President, Commissioner, today I'd invite you to embrace the sense of humanity itself, humanity, how it's defined as a society. The report on human rights and democracy in the world for 2023 is not just a compilation of facts and figures, it's a call for action. It's sounding the alarm faced with authoritarianism and extremism that's threatening our world. Unshakable values unite us as Europeans, and we need to make sure that civil society organisations can do their jobs. Look around us. Do not avert our gaze. Let us maintain the same will to guarantee human rights wherever they be around the world, and that needs to be a credible approach, looking at crimes in the Middle East, the Uyghur, the Eastern Congo. We have to have strong and righteous responses. We need to work against forced labour, persecution. These are realities that force us to act. We have to make sure that we live in a world where human rights and democracy are not just ideals, but tangible reality. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. On behalf of the group of the Greens European Free Alliance, Vice President Mrs. Hautala, please.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, the EU is a safe haven for human rights defenders. One of the few in the world which is becoming more and more authoritarian and more dangerous for those who defend human rights. But even we should do more. And I would like to recall the demand by this Parliament to establish a category of humanitarian visas in the context of the report of our colleague Hanna Neumann on human rights defenders. And I think it's time that we now make this happen, because so many people who come from Russia, from Belarus, from Afghanistan, from Iran, really need temporary protection. It's not necessarily at all about asylum, but people need to get away from the countries that are dangerous for their work for human rights. I also wanted to say a word about another dimension of human rights and their defense. You know, colleagues, tomorrow the famous directive on corporate sustainability due diligence might be voted in the Council, and it is not at all guaranteed that there will be the required majority. Why I want to tell you this today is that no states alone can solve the challenges of human rights. We need the corporations on board, and that's why we need to take this very seriously. Otherwise, also our attempts as the European Union and its member states and states in general are not going to be realized. We need the corporations on board, so please tomorrow the message has to be that the Council has to adopt this important directive.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the European Conservatives and Reformers Group, colleague Mr. Czarniecki, the floor is yours.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Panie Komisarzu.
Madam President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to cut to the chase. What is lacking in this report is the following: too little on Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. It's good that the report has focused on Ukraine and on the need to implement the human rights clauses in our agreements, in our trade agreements more specifically. Then refugees and migrants. I think that the way that this was raised was ideological, and my group doesn't agree with the approach taken. Human rights have to be mainstreamed into all European policies. That's an approach, but I think it's better to act rather than to talk about this.
Mr. Zimniok, the floor is yours, please.
Frau Präsident.
Madam President, this report shows once again the double standards, offensive double standards that seem to have become tradition here. The word Navalny, of course, is there, but Julian Assange is absent. The accusations of Russia are not necessarily thoroughgoing. We hear that the US is surely should be asked to do the only right thing and release Julian Assange. In Germany, the federal government is fighting its good fight against freedom of opinion. Any people are going to be persecuted for their views. There are questions about ministers who are coming out with statements that are on the border of the acceptable, where left-wing radical NGOs are going to be paid hundreds of millions so that they can fight the opposition. The lying campaigns are coming through now. Democracy is actually being dismantled, and the EU is not doing anything about it. The EU seems to be a thorn in the flesh because it is hamstrung by the unanimity principle in the Council, and they're trying to undermine then the opposition from, say, Hungary, and they're doing everything to stop this multicultural country from spreading across the EU. It seems that democracy is in danger.
Thank you. On behalf of the Left Group in the European Parliament, colleague Señor Urban Crespo, por favor.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. From our viewpoint, it's inconceivable that a report on the situation of human rights in the world should ignore the genocide taking place in Gaza. It is unacceptable that there should be general condemnation of authoritarian countries that attack the United Nations system without the single mention of Israel. Israel responsible for murdering at least 150 UNRWA workers in constant violation of international humanitarian law. If this were to be taking place in any other country in the world, we know what this chamber would be saying. Israel feels that she has impunity because certain parties allow that country to feel that way. Let us force Israel to take measures. It's not a matter of asking them. It's having an arms embargo. It's suspending the trade agreement. That can be done. And breaking off diplomatic relations with this state which is committing genocide. That's the way to act. Because if you don't act against a genocide, Commissioner, dear colleagues, if you don't act, you're complicit.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, colleagues. This year we have many commemorations in the field of human rights, 75 years of General Declaration of Human Rights, the Vienna Declaration of Human Rights, and 25 years on declaration of UN Declaration on Human Rights. And this all reminds us of our belief that human rights are indivisible in general. Strengthening human rights in the world is also part of our civilization, but the world is getting more cruel. The right to life should be the starting point for everything. But if we look around, it seems that this is not so. All what the EU does is based on the belief that human rights are basic human values which require our support. In the last years, we have seen the rise in authoritarian regimes, and over half the world's population lives in authoritarian states. This is an urgent sign that we need to step up our efforts in protecting human rights. And as the report says, the EU acts to strengthen democracy and human rights in the world. We condemn misuse of multilateral instruments by totalitarian regimes which undermine human rights.
The floor is yours, please.
Kollegor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we live in troubled times with despots and repressive regimes dismantling democracy and violating human rights where they are in power. On the one side of our continent, we have Russia and Putin's war of aggression against Ukraine for 2 years now as a threat against the Ukrainian people, but also a threat against all of us too. If we listen carefully, we can hear the stamping of Russian boots on the ground. At the same time, on the other side of our continent and over the Atlantic in the US, there's a risk that Trump is going to come back at the end of this year. Now, some people call him crazy, but he's not. He is fully aware of what he's doing, just like Putin is fully aware. And these authoritarian people have support here in the EU. Viktor Orban, who's doing Putin's doing by not providing speedy enough support to Ukraine, or the Swedish right-wing extremists who are very close to Trump as well, and are useful idiots for the Kremlin by asking for revision of EU membership. So obviously they're not spelling out what they mean, i.e. leaving the EU, at a time when there are speakers cut off.
Very much. Now we will proceed with the next speaker, Mr. Kauch. The floor is yours.
Mrs. President, ladies and gentlemen, LGBT rights are under increasing pressure in large parts of Africa, the Arab world, Iran and Russia. They are facing imprisonment, suppression of free speech and even the death penalty. What is the answer of the European Parliament in this human rights report? We are concerned, we deplore, we call for improvement. But we do not call for consequences. The more and more for more principle in the common foreign policy should fully apply to LGBTI rights. We should intensify our relations with countries who share our values, and we should reconsider our development cooperation with countries increasing criminalization of LGBTI. Let me also criticize the paternalistic idea in this report that surrogacy as such is a human rights violation. This is an attack on reproductive rights and on the self-determination of women. Their body, their choice. Let women choose and provide a protective framework for their choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Mrs. Neumann. The floor is yours.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Ladies and gentlemen, in all corners of the world we're seeing attacks on freedom and democracy. Sometimes these are brutal, and they're certainly visible in Ukraine, where Putin is carrying out his barbaric war, sometimes quietly and secretly, with disinformation campaigns from the Iranian regime that are to seed terror. The enemies of democracy and freedom are everywhere. They go across ideological barriers and come together. And sometimes we find ourselves in small groups and don't stop them in the way we should. Because human rights, as far as we're concerned, are not necessarily things that happen elsewhere. That time is long gone, because our supply chains are built on child labor. When Iranian women's activists are being persecuted here, when Putin's trolls send their bots to our phones, and where NGOs find their space shrinking because our online rules are too poor, it is high time that this synthetic difference is overcome, this barrier is overcome in this Parliament and in the EU, and we approach human rights as a holistic thing to approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next colleague, Señora de la Pizza Carrión. The floor is yours. Por favor.
Presidente, comisarios, diputados.
President, commissioners, dear colleagues, this report shows the tremendous contradiction in which this Parliament lives. Life should always be protected and cherished. Life is not a right that's available depending on what the circumstances are. A pregnant woman and the life of the person in her womb should always be protected. The practice of abortion, which is presented as a human right in this report, is presented as a sign of women's freedom, when in fact abortion is pressure against us, and it's a way of expressing contempt for femininity, motherhood and childhood. In Spain, we are beating records now of low birth rate. Do we want to go on being an international reference for a low birth rate? Turning our backs on the most vulnerable shows the degree to which our society is being dehumanized. You use the pretext of a supposed defense of human rights to cancel out those who don't think like you. For example, those of us who are defenders of life, the right to life. This goes against the whole meaning of human rights. At the same time, the report ignores the persecution of Christians all over the world. Thank you.
Speaker, Mrs. Sardone, the floor is yours, please.
La relazione sui diritti umani.
The report on human rights and democracy around the world and the EU's policy contains some passages that leave us rather perplexed. There is the issue of the role of NGOs, which, according to you, are threatened by terrorism-related laws. You don't make any reference to the fact that through their activities, they're actually promoting illegal migration, which you're not fighting against. In fact, you're promoting it. And then, of course, there's the issue of the defense of human rights and women's freedoms. You talk about that, but you are censoring the problems that Muslim women have because they're being oppressed for religious reasons. And then the whole issue of the Islamic veil in Europe. The Islamic headscarf is not a symbol of freedom, but submission. You're also talking about religious freedoms being violated, but the European Parliament has hardly done anything, if not nothing at all, to end the persecution of Christians. And you also present green activists as individuals of great importance, and you even say they're victims of persecution. You talk about ecocide as an international crime. In a nutshell, we've had enough of documents with unacceptable ideological and far-left passages. Think about really important things, please. Thank you.
Next, I would like to give the floor to colleague Mrs. Kroon. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President and Commissioner. This report underlines our unwavering commitment to fundamental values amidst a worsening human rights situation across the world. We must acknowledge and honour all those who courageously defend democracy and human rights, particularly at this time. We think of the brave people of Ukraine. The people, in the face of war crimes, serious violations of international humanitarian law, sexual violence, the deportation of their children, and the torture and killing of their neighbours who fight every day for human rights and a European future. We must remember the citizens of Gaza and their suffering today. They are being denied essential items such as food, water, fuel and medicine, and confined in an intolerable situation. And their situation is a violation of Israel's obligations under international humanitarian law. We must continue to be vocal in defending human rights, particularly as we witness the prevalence of authoritarian regimes across our world and the repression of civil society. Regrettably, we can pinpoint the erosion of women's rights and the rights of minorities under such regimes. Globally, the number of democracies is shrinking, and as a result, we are seeing more and more conflicts breaking out with devastating humanitarian consequences. In the face of these challenges, we must continue to systematically condemn human rights violations in all their forms and apply sanctions against offenders. And, importantly, we must support those human rights defenders who continue to highlight and to support those who are victims of human rights violations in our world.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, colleague Mr. Zorinho. The floor is yours, please.
President, Commissioner, the EU's commitment to human rights, democracy and social justice is its strongest geopolitical pillar. The example of our multilateral partnership of dialogue and peace has served to project soft power that's become a global benchmark. But now this is no longer enough. As this report shows, recent years have been marked by major backsliding in all of these areas. Authoritarianism, the corruption of rights, rampant inequality and the multiplication of failed states have spread violence, suffering and poverty in many parts of the world. The world needs a Europe that's more attached to human rights, to justice and to sustainability. We must reaffirm our partnerships for human development and sustainable development, continuing to base them on the right of sovereignty of peoples, but also making them vehicles for strengthening civil societies, freedom of expression, dignity and the values we share. Lastly, as the European Parliament's rapporteur on humanitarian aid, I draw attention to the fact that the application of the sanctions proposed should have regard for the humanitarian exceptions provided for in UN Resolution 2664 adopted in 2022. Thank you very much.
And the next speaker is Ms. Beata Kempa, please.
Panie Przewodniczący, Panie Komisarzu.
Commissioner, President, this is a very important report, but it should include everything that's been raised today. The persecution of Christians around the world, for example. 350 million people are subject to various forms of harassment and attacks simply because they believe in Christ. This is a situation that's getting worse year on year, and we're quite simply not reacting. This example is a perfect example of this. On 16 occasions, LGBTIQ people are being mentioned as people who shouldn't be discriminated against, which I agree with, but be careful. The persecution of Christians is hardly mentioned at all. This is hidden under the item religion. The report talks about persecution of Christians where people don't have right to religion, but in statistics, there are people who are being persecuted, and it seems to be a missing clause in trade agreements where human rights need to be kept and religious freedom should be ensured. Pakistan needs to be addressed, for example. Young Christians there are being condemned to life in prison simply because they have published a post on Facebook. We need to react to that in trade agreements with Pakistan as well. Thank you.
Hvor våger I, at I ikke skammer jer? Bare...
Thank you. How shameful. How can you be giving everyone lessons on human rights and democracy in different parts of the world? How dare you do that when you're not saying some pretty basic things? In other words, that the EU and member states adopt certain positions. The European Commission, with you, are conspiring to breach the rights of European people. We talk about international giants. We talk about the possibility, or are you talking about limiting freedom of expression? When you talk about all of these things, you're not much better than these autocratic regimes. When you talk about banning parties that actually represent 1/5 of citizens of a specific country, then you are worse than authoritarian regimes. You always want to make sure that everyone echoes your use them. We're not talking about democracy. We're talking about shameless bureaucrats that don't have the guts to look at their people, their citizens, in the eyes. Every time there are elections, you tremble. On the 9th of June, European citizens will show what democracy and human rights are all about.
Please.
There is no peace without human rights. There is no rule of law without human rights. And there is no justice and justice system without human rights. There is not economic prosperity, development, or well-being of the people. So this is the reason why we need to be worried about the fact how the situation of human rights have lately deteriorated all over the world, and yes, indeed, here in the European Union as well. So this is the time when we need to unite and responsibly to act on law-based solutions to enforce human rights. What they can be, just to pick up a couple of examples as wishes for the Commission. One is the humanitarian visas, what Heidi Hautala was mentioning. Another one is the due diligence regulations for the companies. And the third one is that I hope that the Commission will start exploring when ecocides constitutes a genocide and is a crime against humanity, and how this is breaching human rights as a right for the clean environment. And by that matter, the environment rights are part of the human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pietikainen. Next speaker is Ms. Carina Olsson, please.
Last year, we celebrated the 70th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It was the first global text that established that everybody was equal and had the same value regardless of their skin colour, their beliefs or origin. I think we should highlight also the human rights of women and girls because they are still being abused around the world. No country has achieved equality between genders, regardless of whether this is economic, social, or in any other way. It's unacceptable that women these days are still not allowed to decide over their own bodies, that they're not allowed safe access to abortions, that female genital mutilation is still carried out, that rape is used both in the home and as a weapon of war, as is happening in Ukraine at the moment, where Russian soldiers are raping women. It's important to remember that even if all women are structurally discriminated against, there's also issues between women. All women don't have the same possibilities. They're not born with the same possibilities. So we need stronger legislation at national level and at EU level as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Olsson. Next speaker is Mr. Charlie Weimers.
Herr talman.
Thank you, President. Last year, the world came together as a majority to stop EU financing campaigns such as Freedom is in the hijab. Unfortunately, the EU Commission wasn't listening, and a few hours later, Ylva Johansson's own Directorate General sent out the new normalisation of hijab video of girls playing football in the hijab. Hijab is repression. It is honour culture. It is honour crime. It's the tool of the moral police, the ethics police, and extremism. It shows that women are a piece of property. The annual report on human rights and democracy doesn't mention Islamism at all, not even once. It says that Islamophobia, as it calls it, is a huge global problem. Instead of following the victim narrative of Islamophobia, the report here should say that the Commission should be ordered to stop legitimising the attempts to undermine the Sweden Democrats. Thank you.
Speaker is Mr. Petr Polak, please.
Ďakujem pekne za slovo, dámy a páni.
Thank you very much.
Zohrozuje aj nenávisť.
Now, democracy is threatened by hatred, violation of human rights, among others. It's a scourge of our society. Corruption is another one. We're fighting against corruption, but it's spreading all over the world. Now, trust in democracy is going down in Europe and all over the world. Hatred is being spread, and sometimes it's politicians themselves that are spreading this hatred. And then it spreads like a virus to some extent because of social networks. Let's say this clearly. Online hatred is just out of control, not only in the European Union, but in other parts of the world as well. Hate speeches have become the rule, and politicians are guilty of this as well. The conflict in the Middle East has led to anti-Semitism, or more anti-Semitism, and hatred against Muslims, and neo-fascism is gaining ground. So on the one hand, we adopt resolutions against countries that violate women's rights, LGBTIQ rights, and we talk about freedom of press and we project that image. But then on the other hand, if we look at other countries, we tolerate isolation and segregation, including that of children, including Roma children, because of their poverty, their skin color, their race. Poverty is the source of discrimination in many cases, and we've got to act in order to improve the situation in the EU and other parts of the world.